Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto was raised by the Akatsuki? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Stolen Child of Prophecy. The smoke was the first thing that hit you. It wasn't the clean smoke of a campfire or a hearth. This was the thick, greasy kind that came from things that weren't meant to burn. Wood, plaster, fabric, and something else. Something coppery and sick that clung to the back of the throat. Konoha was a wreck. Buildings that had stood for generations were just splintered skeletons now, their guts ripped out and scattered across the streets. The Hokage monument, the proud faces carved into the cliffside, was weeping stone dust. The fourth's face had a massive crack running right through it, an irony so thick you could choke on it. The air was buzzing, not with life, but with a frantic, terrified energy. Mednin in their stained white uniforms were screaming orders, their voices raw. Shinobi, some just kids with headbands still shiny and new, were hauling chunks of rubble, their faces smeared with grime and tears. ANBU were the only ones moving with any real purpose, flitting like ghosts across the rooftops, their porcelain masks hiding whatever horrors they'd seen. It was a village holding its breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop, even though the monster that had kicked them was already gone. Two figures stood on a partially collapsed rooftop, cloaked in black and red clouds, completely out of place in the organized chaos. They were as still as the statues they overlooked. The taller one, the man with a face full of piercings and those insane, rippling purple eyes, surveyed the scene below with an unnerving calm. This was Pain, or at least the body he chose to wear today. The Deva Path. Beside him, a woman with blue hair and a paper flower tucked into her bun watched with an expression that was just as unreadable. Conan. Her amber eyes missed nothing. They weren't here to sightsee. The Biju's chakra signature is gone. Conan's voice was low, like the rustle of dry leaves, but it cut through the din of the broken city. The seal was successful. Pain didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed on the Hokage tower, its red paint peeled back in strips like sunburnt skin. The fourth Hokage was a formidable shinobi. To seal the entirety of the Nine Tails, it cost him his life. A predictable sacrifice. There was no praise in his voice, just a flat statement of fact. He processed the world in terms of cause and effect, power and price. Minato Namikaze had paid the ultimate price. And in doing so, had created the ultimate tool. The village is on its highest alert, Conan continued, her body shifting into 1,000 paper butterflies for a split second to avoid a passing ANBU patrol before reforming seamlessly. It was so fast, so fluid, if you blinked you'd have missed it. Every entry and exit point is sealed. The barrier core is working overtime. Getting in was simple enough with the destruction as a cover. Getting out with the Jinchuriki will be complicated. Complication is irrelevant, Pain stated, finally turning his head. Those Rinnegan eyes seemed to see right through her, right through everything. Zetsu has confirmed the location. The child is in the hospital's secure wing. The third Hokage is there, overseeing the child's protection personally. This gave Conan a moment's pause. Hiruzen Sarutobi. The professor. The god of shinobi. He was old, yes, but old didn't mean weak. Not for a man like him. To get past Sarutobi. Nagato, are you sure? She used his real name, a rare slip, a sign of her concern. The Deva Path's expression didn't change, but the pressure in the air around him seemed to thicken. The third Hokage is grieving. He is distracted by politics, by the loss of his successor, by the immense task of rebuilding. His attention is divided. Ours is not. We move now, while they are still counting their dead. He didn't wait for her agreement. He simply dropped from the roof, landing silently in a shadow-drenched alleyway below. Conan followed without a sound, her cloak barely whispering in the air. As they moved through the shattered streets, they were like water flowing around rocks. They didn't use brute force. They used the chaos. A mezzanine team rushing past with a stretcher provided cover to cross a wide street. The shouts of a foreman directing a cleanup crew masked the sound of them scaling a wall. Payne's Rinnegan gave them a shared field of vision, a 360-degree awareness that made ambushes impossible. He saw the chakra signatures of every shinobi, every civilian, every rat skittering in the rubble. He saw the ANBU sentries hidden in the trees and on the rooftops, their life force pulsing like little lights in his vision. They approached the hospital, a large, surprisingly intact building that was now the nerve center of the village's recovery effort. It was swarming. Guards were posted at every entrance, their faces grim. Barrier seals pulsed with a faint blue light on the doors and windows. It looked impenetrable. "The front is a fortress," Conan murmured, crouched behind a pile of shattered masonry. "We are not going through the front," Payne replied. He pointed a single finger towards the roof. "The secure wing is 3 floors down from the top. The ventilation system is old, poorly sealed. A relic from a more peaceful time. Zetsu's intelligence was always flawless. The plant-like creature had eyes and ears everywhere, a spy born from the very earth." Conan nodded. She pressed her hands together, and her body dissolved into a swarm of paper sheets that swirled up into the sky, mixing with the ash and smoke. They looked like nothing more than burnt debris carried on the wind. Payne, meanwhile, simply walked to the base of the hospital wall, placed a hand on it, and leapt. He didn't seem to push off. He just ascended, his feet finding purchase on the sheer vertical surface as if it were flat ground. He moved with an unnatural grace, a puppet on invisible strings. They converged on the roof. The air up here was clearer, the sounds of suffering more distant. A couple of Chunin stood guard, looking exhausted. They never even saw it coming. Before they could even register a threat, 2 paper shuriken, hard as steel, sprouted from the shadows and embedded themselves in the base of their necks. They slumped to the ground without a sound. Payne stepped over them as if they were discarded laundry. Conan was already at the ventilation shaft, her fingers turning into sharp paper blades to slice through the metal grate. "The seals inside are more complex," she said, peering down into the darkness. "They're linked to the guard's chakra. The moment we disrupt the flow, alarms will sound. Then we will not give them a moment," Payne said. He knelt beside her, his Rinnegan glowing faintly. "I will handle the seals. You handle the guards. Be silent." Conan didn't need to be told. She melted into the shaft, a river of paper flowing into the guts of the building. Payne followed, his descent controlled and absolute. The inside of the vent was tight and smelled of antiseptic and dust. They moved through the network of metal tunnels, guided by Payne's vision. He saw the blue lines of the barrier seals, a complex web woven throughout the corridor they needed to reach. He saw the 4 ANBU guards stationed outside the target room, their chakra signatures steady, alert. He held up a hand, and they stopped. "Now," he whispered. In the corridor below, 4 of the most elite shinobi in Konoha stood guard. They were tense, their hands never far from their blades. The entire village had just been torn apart by a giant chakra monster, they weren't taking any chances with the monster's new container. Suddenly, the metal grate of the ventilation shaft above them fell to the floor with a soft clang. It wasn't an explosion. It wasn't an attack. It was just, there. All 4 of them looked up, there. Training kicking in. It was a distraction, an obvious one. "2 of you, check it out," the captain ordered, his voice muffled by his boar mask. "The other 2, stay on the door. Do not move from that door for any," he never finished the sentence. From the shadows at the far end of the hall, a storm of paper erupted. It wasn't just paper, though. It was a blizzard of paper bombs, thousands of them, all swirling in a controlled vortex that rushed towards them. There was no time to weave signs, no time to react. The two ANBU who had taken a step forward were engulfed instantly. The explosion was deafening, a crump of sound and force that ripped through the corridor. But it was controlled. Impossibly so. The force of the blast was directed entirely inward, a contained implosion of explosive tags. The walls buckled, the floor cracked, but the secure room's door remained untouched. The two ANBU were gone, vaporized. The captain and the remaining guard were blown off their feet, not by the blast, but by a sudden, invisible force that yanked them forward. Bansho Tenin. The captain slammed into the wall, the air driven from his lungs. The other guard was pulled directly towards Pain, who had dropped from the ceiling vent in the same instant. A black receiver shot out from Pain's sleeve, and the ANBU was impaled through the chest before he could even register what was happening. He died instantly, his eyes wide with shock behind his mask. The captain was already pushing himself up, a kunai in his hand, when he felt a presence behind him. Conan had reformed from 1,000 paper sheets that had been plastered to the ceiling. A sharp, hardened paper wing sliced through the air, and the captain's head slid from his shoulders. The whole engagement had taken less than 5 seconds. For Elite ANBU, gone. No alarms had sounded. Pain had used his gravitational pull to sever the chakra link to the seals a microsecond before Conan's attack began. It was a symphony of silent, brutal efficiency. Pain stood before the reinforced metal door. It was covered in sealing scripts, glowing with protective energy. He simply placed a hand on it. The Rinnegan in his eyes pulsed once, a violent purple. The seals flared, then sputtered and died, overwhelmed by a power they were never designed to withstand. He pushed the door open. The room was sterile, plain. A single crib sat in the center under a soft light. An old man was standing beside it, his back to the door. He wore the formal white and red robes of the Hokage, but his shoulders were slumped. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even turn around. He had felt the flicker of chakra, the 4 life forces of his guards being extinguished. He knew it was too late. He had been so focused on the child, on the weight of what had happened, that his senses had been dulled by sorrow. So, Hiruzen's voice was heavy, ancient. You have come. I should have known the world's vultures would circle so quickly. We are not vultures, Sarutobi. Pain's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. We are saviors. Hiruzen finally turned. His face was a roadmap of grief and exhaustion. He looked at Pain, at the legendary Rinnegan, eyes that were supposed to be a myth. Then his gaze flickered to Conan, who stood by the door, her expression like stone. Saviors. You reek of death. You are members of Akatsuki. I know of your organization. Mercenaries. Missing Nin. Thugs for hire. We were, Pain corrected him. Now, our goals are far greater. We seek to end the cycle of hatred. To bring about true, lasting peace. Hiruzen let out a dry, humorless chuckle. Peace. By stealing a child. A child who has already lost everything. He took a step to the side, revealing the baby in the crib. The infant was sleeping, a small tuft of bright yellow hair on his head. He had faint whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He was oblivious to the monsters in his room, to the monster sealed inside his own gut. This is Minato's son. Naruto Uzumaki. Do you have any idea what you are doing? We know exactly what we are doing, Pain said, his voice unwavering. We are taking the key. The Nine Tails is the most powerful of the bijou. Its power, when harnessed, will become the foundation of our new world. This child is merely the vessel. A necessary sacrifice for the good of all. Sacrifice? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. The weary old man was gone, replaced by the god of shinobi. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. You speak of peace and sacrifice, but you are nothing more than terrorists who prey on the weak. You will not take him. The old Hokage dropped into a low stance. Conan's body tensed, paper shuriken forming at her fingertips. But pain held up a hand, stopping her. Your grief has made you foolish, old man. You are powerful, but you are one man. And you are standing in a hospital filled with your wounded and your dead. Do you really want to fight us here? Do you want to bring this whole building down on the heads of your people? He gestured to the child. Do you want to risk him in the crossfire? Hiruzen froze. Pain was right. A battle between shinobi of their caliber, here, now, it would be a massacre. The hospital would be the first casualty. He was trapped by his own duty to protect. His shoulders slumped again, the fight draining out of him. He looked defeated. Utterly and completely broken. What will you do to him? Hiruzen asked, his voice barely a whisper. He will be raised. He will be trained. He will be cared for, Pain said, stepping towards the crib. And when the time is right, he will fulfill his purpose. His sacrifice will save more lives than you could ever imagine. It is a far greater destiny than rotting in this village, hated and feared for the beast he contains. It was a cruel, calculated blow, and it landed perfectly. Hiruzen flinched. He knew the way Jinchuriki were treated. He knew the fear and hatred that would be directed at this innocent child. He had no answer to that. Pain reached into the crib. The baby, Naruto, stirred. His eyes opened. They were a startling, brilliant blue. For a moment, he just stared up at the pierced face and the terrifying purple eyes. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He just looked. A small hand reached up, tiny fingers trying to grasp one of Pain's chakra receivers on his chin. For the first time, a flicker of something unreadable crossed the Deva Path's face. Conan saw it. A micro-expression. Surprise. Confusion. It was gone in an instant. Pain gently took the baby's hand away and lifted him from the crib. The child was so small, so light in his arms. It is done, Pain said, turning away from the heartbroken old man. Do not follow us, Sarutobi. If you do, we will level this entire village. This is a promise. Conan created a path for him, her paper creation silently taking out any approaching shinobi she sensed. They walked out of the hospital, leaving a trail of silent bodies and a defeated Hokage in their wake. No one even knew the village's new Jinchuriki was gone until it was far, far too late. The journey back to Amigakure was long and tense. They moved mostly at night, sticking to the forests and avoiding the main roads. The land of fire was crawling with Konoha shinobi, scouring the borders for any sign of intruders. But they were hunting for ghosts. Pain and Conan moved with an efficiency that bordered on supernatural. The first night, the baby started to cry. It was a thin, wailing sound that cut through the silence of the forest. Pain, holding the child, just stared down at him, his expression impassive. He seemed to view the noise as a tactical problem, a sound that could give away their position. He is hungry, Conan said, her voice soft. She had been foraging, gathering what she could. She produced a small pouch of water and a few berries she had mashed into a crude paste. Pain just looked at her. He is a tool. He does not require coddling. A tool that is currently attracting unwanted attention, Conan countered, her tone level. And a tool that needs to be kept alive to be useful. Let me. She took the child from Pain's arms. He handed him over without hesitation. Conan held the baby with a practiced, steady hand. It was a strange sight. This S-rank criminal, the angel of Amigakure, whose paper jutsu had killed hundreds, now gently trying to feed a crying infant. Naruto fussed at first, but Conan was patient. She used a bit of her paper to fashion a small, soft spoon and carefully fed him the berry paste. The crying subsided, replaced by small, content noises. He fell asleep in her arms, his tiny chest rising and falling rhythmically. They sat in silence for a while, the only sounds the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. "You are surprisingly good at that," Pain observed, his eyes on the sleeping child. "I had a younger brother," Conan said, her voice distant. "A long time ago. Before the rain washed everything away." She rarely spoke of her past, of the life before Nagato and Yahiko. It was a door she kept firmly shut. "Attachments make you weak," Pain said. It wasn't an accusation, just a statement of his core belief. "Is that what this is?" Conan looked down at the baby. "An attachment? Or is it simple practicality? We cannot have him screaming all the way back to AIM." "It starts as practicality," Pain replied, his Rinnegan seeming to glow in the dark. "It festers into affection. Affection becomes love. And love is the source of all pain. The reason this world is trapped in a cycle of hatred. We will break that cycle, Conan. We will create a world where no one has to lose a younger brother ever again." Conan didn't reply. She just held Naruto a little tighter, shielding him from a sudden gust of wind with one of her cloak's sleeves. They continued their journey like that. Pain was the leader, the strategist, the unstoppable force. Conan was the caretaker, the silent guardian. She made sure the child was fed, warm, and quiet. She changed. The crude diapers she fashioned from soft leaves and cloth scavenged from abandoned farmhouses. Pain never offered to help. He simply watched, his mind on the grander plan, on the future where this child's death would purchase utopia. As they crossed the border out of the land of fire and into the smaller, unnamed countries that buffered the great nations, the pursuit lessened. The constant rain began to fall, a steady, miserable drizzle that was home to them. It washed the scent of smoke and death from their clothes. It signaled their return to their own territory. Amigakure, the village hidden by rain, was a testament to their power. It was a city of towering metal spires that scraped the perpetually gray sky. Pipes and conduits snaked around the buildings like metallic veins, constantly dripping water. The rain here was different. It wasn't just water. Pain had infused it with his own chakra. It was a sensory net that covered the entire village. Nothing moved in Amigakure without him knowing it. No one entered, no one left. It was a perfect surveillance state, a fortress of solitude. The citizens they passed on the streets bowed their heads in reverence. They didn't look at them with fear, but with a kind of awestruck worship. To these people, Pain was a god, and Conan was his angel. They had ended the civil war that had torn this country apart for decades. They had brought order and stability, albeit an order maintained by absolute power and the constant threat of annihilation. They didn't go to the main tower that served as the village's administrative center. They went to the tallest, most isolated spire at the very heart of the city. Inside, the air was cold and sterile. They moved through dark, metallic corridors, their footsteps echoing in the silence. They finally reached a massive chamber, dominated by a bizarre, throne-like machine. Wires and pipes as thick as a man's arm snaked out from it, pulsating with a sickly green chakra. Seated in the machine was a man who was a shadow of the powerful Deva path. He was horrifically thin, his skin stretched tight over his bones. His back was a pincushion of massive black receivers, pinning him to the machine. His legs were useless, withered away. But his hair was a shocking, vibrant red, and his eyes were the same as Pain's. The Rinnegan. This was the real one. Nagato. You have returned. Nagato's voice was weak, raspy, a stark contrast to the resonant, commanding voice of his Deva path. The Pain body that had carried Naruto all this way stood silently, like a statue. Conan stepped forward, the sleeping child still in her arms. We have him, Nagato. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Nagato's gaze fell upon the baby. His emaciated face was a mask of grim determination. He looked at the tuft of yellow hair, so much like Minato Namikaze. He looked at the whisker marks, the telltale sign of the demon fox. This was the son of the man who Jiraiya-sensei had proclaimed the child of prophecy, the one who was supposed to save the world. How wrong their teacher had been. True salvation required a sterner hand. The prophecies were misunderstood, Nagato rasped, as if reading her thoughts. Jiraiya-sensei believed in a savior who would inspire men to understand each other. A foolish dream. Humanity does not learn from words. They learn from pain. The pain of loss. The pain of fear. Only through shared, overwhelming pain can they finally come to understand one another. He gestured a skeletal hand towards the baby. This child, this Jinchuriki, will be the instrument of that pain. We will extract the bijou from him, and from all the others. With their combined power, we will create a weapon capable of wiping out an entire nation in an instant. We will give that power to the world, and through the fear of its use, we will force them into an era of peace. A stable, unmoving peace, born from the terror of mutual destruction. Konan looked from Nagato's fanatic gleam to the peaceful, sleeping face of the baby in her arms. She saw the grand, terrible logic in his plan. She had seen the horrors of war firsthand. She had lost Yahiko to it. She believed in Nagato's vision. She had to. It was all she had left. What will we call him? Konan asked, her voice quiet. Nagato considered this for a moment. He is a tool. A vessel. He does not need a name. Everything has a name, Konan insisted gently. Even a stray dog has a name. It will be easier. For the others. She was thinking of the other members of the Akatsuki. Deidara, Sasori, Kisame. They were a collection of broken, violent individuals. Raising a child among them would be a challenge. Giving him a name, an identity within their group, was the first step. Nagato seemed to mull this over. His eyes drifted to the name on the simple white blanket wrapped around the baby, a name embroidered by a loving mother he would never know. His name is Naruto, Konan said softly, reading the embroidery. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki, Nagato repeated, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. The clan of his mother. A distant, painful echo of a life he barely remembered. A strange connection to the child he intended to kill. It was another cruel irony in a life full of them. Fine. Naruto. It matters little. He will grow up here, in the heart of our world. He will know our philosophy. He will understand the necessity of his role. He looked at Konan, his Rinnegan burning with an intensity that belied his frail body. He is not your son, Konan. He is not my heir. He is not a child. He is a key. Do you understand? Your only attachment must be to the plan. To our peace. I understand, Konan said, her voice firm, her face betraying no emotion. But as she looked down at the baby, who was now starting to stir again, his blue eyes blinking open to take in the cold, dark room that would be his new home, she felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt since she was a child. Something dangerous. Something that felt terrifyingly like hope. She gently rocked him, and a single paper butterfly detached from her sleeve and fluttered down, landing softly on the baby's cheek. Naruto didn't cry. He just watched it, his blue eyes wide with a silent, innocent curiosity. In the broken village of Konoha, the third Hokage stood before a council of stunned, furious elders, confessing an impossible truth: the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the legacy of their beloved fourth Hokage, had vanished without a trace. The child was gone. Stolen from under their very noses. It was a failure that would haunt the village for years to come. But hundreds of miles away, in a tower in the rain, that child was just beginning a new life. He was no longer the legacy of the fourth Hokage. He was no longer a hero's son. He was now the property of the Akatsuki. He was their weapon, their sacrifice, their cornerstone. He was the child who would be raised by monsters to bring about peace through pain. And in the heart of darkness, he was finally given a home. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, A family of monsters. The hallways were always cold. It was the first thing Naruto learned about his world. The floor was a smooth, dark metal that sucked the warmth right out of your feet, and the walls were the same, stretching up into a darkness that the glowing seals on the ceiling never quite managed to beat back. The air tasted of ozone and damp, a smell that clung to everything in Amigakure, the city where it always rained. To a 4-year-old, the main Akatsuki spire wasn't a house, it was a mountain. A giant, hollow mountain made of metal, and he was a little mouse living in its guts. He was currently chasing a butterfly. It wasn't a real one, of course. Naruto had never seen a real one. This one was made of paper, a perfect, pale blue origami creation that fluttered just out of his reach, its wings beating with a silent, impossible life. It would dip and weave down the long corridor, and he would follow, his bare feet making soft slapping sounds on the metal. His giggles, loud and bright, were the only thing that echoed in the oppressive silence. The butterfly was Conan's. It was his leash, his babysitter, and his favorite toy, all rolled into one. When Conan was busy with whatever mysterious, important things the adults did, she would send a butterfly to keep him occupied. He made a final, desperate leap, his small hands closing around empty air as the butterfly danced upwards. He tumbled onto the floor, a tangle of limbs in a simple black shirt and pants, and looked up just in time to see the butterfly land gracefully on the shoulder of a massive cloak. The cloak was black, with angry red clouds swirling on it. All the important people wore them. This one belonged to a man with slick back, silver hair and startlingly violet eyes. He had a big, three-bladed scythe strapped to his back and a silver pendant with a triangle in a circle hanging around his neck. "What the hell is this brat doing out here?" Haydn growled, not looking at Naruto, but at the butterfly on his shoulder as if it had personally offended him. "I'm trying to meditate on the glorious pain Jashin provides, and this thing squealing is interrupting my communion." Naruto just stared up at him, unafraid. Haydn was loud and smelled funny, like old blood and incense, but he was just another part of the mountain. A big, noisy rock. "He's an investment, Haydn. You should know something about long-term returns," said another voice, this one raspy and dry. A second figure stepped out of the shadows. This man, Kakuzu, was even scarier to look at. He wore a mask over the lower half of his face and a white hood, but his eyes were the weirdest part. They were green, with no pupils, and they glowed with a faint, greedy light. The stitches crisscrossing his skin were visible at his neck and wrists. Though the initial overhead is proving substantial. "Do you have any idea what black market medical supplies for a Jinchuriki infant cost? The nutritional supplements alone are a significant drain on our quarterly budget." Haydn scoffed, flicking the paper butterfly off his shoulder. It fluttered back down to Naruto, who picked it up carefully. "Budget? Who gives a damn about your budget? Pain-sama should just let me sacrifice the little heathen to Jashin. Think of the favor we'd curry. A Jinchuriki sacrifice is top-tier stuff. The vessel is worth more alive than dead, you idiot," Kakuzu grumbled, his glowing eyes fixing on Naruto for a moment. It felt like being weighed and measured. Its contents are priceless, but only at the correct time of extraction. Until then, it's a resource to be maintained. Naruto didn't understand most of the words, but he understood the tone. They were talking about him like he was a piece of furniture. He was used to it. He hugged the butterfly to his chest. "That is enough." The voice was calm, cool, and cut through their argument like a shard of glass. Conan appeared at the end of the hall, her steps completely silent. She didn't look angry, she never really did, but her amber eyes were fixed on Haydn and Kakuzu, and they both fell silent. She was the only one who could do that. Even Haydn, who argued with pain himself, knew not to push Conan too far. She was the angel, the one person who had Nagato's complete trust. She walked over and knelt in front of Naruto, her movements fluid and graceful. She gently took the now crumpled butterfly from his hands and, with a touch, it smoothed itself out, its wings mending instantly. She then held out a hand for him. "Come, Naruto. It's time to eat." He took her hand without hesitation. Her fingers were cool but gentle. As she led him away, she looked back over her shoulder at the two men. "He is not an investment or a sacrifice. He is a child. If you have a problem with him being in the common areas, you are free to remain in your quarters." Haydn just grunted and stalked off, muttering about heathens and blasphemers. Kakuzu watched them go, his strange eyes lingering on Naruto for a long moment before he too turned and disappeared into the shadows, probably to go count his money again. Konan led Naruto to their private rooms, a small suite of chambers high up in the spire, separate from the others. It was sparse, but it was theirs. There was a simple table, 2 chairs, a small bed for him, and a larger one for her. On the table was a bowl of warm rice porridge. It was bland, but it was food. As he ate, Konan sat across from him, patiently mending one of his torn shirts with a needle and thread. She didn't use her paper for everything. Some things, she had once told him, required a more personal touch. "Konan-ka-san," Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of porridge. "Why is Haydn Aji always so angry?" He called all the men Aji, or uncle. It seemed to annoy most of them, which he found hilarious. Konan didn't look up from her sewing. "Ka-san is not my title, Naruto. My name is Konan." She corrected him on this every single time, her voice never changing. "And Haydn is not angry. He is a zealot. There is a difference. He has found a purpose that consumes him. It leaves little room for anything else." "What's a zealot?" "It's someone who believes in something so strongly they are willing to die for it. And to kill for it." She finally looked at him, her expression unreadable. "It is a powerful thing, to have such conviction." "Like you and Nagato Otosan?" he asked, once again using a title he knew he wasn't supposed to. He only saw Nagato through the 6 pained bodies, but Konan had explained that the real man, the one he was supposed to respect above all others, was named Nagato. He thought of the main pain, the Deva path with the orange hair and the Rinnegan, as his father figure. The one who gave the orders. The one whose word was law. This time, a flicker of something crossed Konan's face. It was there and gone in an instant. "Yes," she said, her voice a little softer than before. "Like us." She reached across the table and wiped a stray grain of rice from his cheek with her thumb. Her touch was as light as paper. "Now finish your food. Your training with Kisame begins soon. You need your strength." Naruto's face fell. He liked Uncle Kisame, mostly. He was big and blue and had a huge sword that he said liked to eat people. He told the best stories about giant turtles and killer clams. But his training was the worst. It was cold and wet and scary. But he just nodded and shoveled the rest of the porridge into his mouth. "In the mountain, you did what you were told. It was the only way to survive." The training chamber was a vast cavern deep beneath the spire. It was more of a lake than a room, a massive reservoir of black, still water that seemed to have no bottom. The only light came from glowing fungus that grew in patches on the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the water look like it was breathing. The air was heavy and thick with the smell of wet stone and decay. Kisame stood on a narrow ledge at the edge of the water, a huge, toothy grin splitting his blue face. He had Samahata, his giant, bandaged sword, strapped to his back. The sword seemed to hum in the damp air, as if it were excited. Naruto, now 7 years old, stood beside him, shivering a little. It wasn't just the cold. "All right, Runt," Kisame's voice boomed, echoing off the cavern walls. "We've been doing this for a year now. Your basic chakra coils are developed. You can stick a leaf to your forehead. Whoop-de-doo." He rolled his eyes. "Time for a real lesson. Pain-sama wants you to be a weapon, not a party trick. And a weapon needs control. Especially a weapon like you. He gestured to the vast expanse of black water. Your lesson today is simple. Walk on the water. Get to that pillar over there, he pointed. With a webbed hand to a stone column rising from the center of the lake, about 50 meters away. And back. Simple, right? Naruto swallowed hard. He'd practiced this on puddles, on buckets of water in his room. It was hard. You had to focus a constant, steady stream of chakra to your feet. Too little, and you fell in. Too much, and you blasted the water away and still fell in. A 50-meter walk over water that looked like a hole into nothingness. What's the matter, kid? Kisame grinned, his sharp, pointed teeth gleaming. Scared of a little water? You've got the biggest chakra monster of them all sealed up in your gut. Your reserves are probably bigger than mine already. This should be a piece of cake. Naruto took a deep breath. He hated looking weak. Especially in front of Kisame. He focused, pushing a small amount of chakra down to the soles of his feet. He felt that familiar hum of energy. He took a hesitant step off the ledge and onto the water's surface. For a second, it held. He was standing on water. A huge grin broke out on his face. He looked back at Kisame, proud of himself. Don't get cocky, Kisame grunted, unimpressed. Naruto turned back and took another step. But his moment of pride had broken his concentration. The chakra flow wavered. His foot plunged through the surface as if it were never there. The sudden cold shocked him, and he lost his balance, tumbling into the inky blackness. The water was freezing. It stole his breath and enveloped him in a silent, crushing darkness. He panicked, flailing his arms and legs, but he didn't know which way was up. His lungs started to burn. Just as black spots started to dance in his vision, a massive, powerful hand grabbed the back of his shirt and hauled him out of the water, depositing him back on the ledge, sputtering and coughing. Pathetic, Kisame said, though there was no real venom in it. It was just a statement of fact. Your concentration is garbage. You got excited, you lost focus, you sank. In a real fight, you'd be dead. Naruto coughed up a lungful of water, shivering violently. It's hard. Of course it's hard. Kisame bellowed, and this time there was a raw energy in his voice. He leaned down, his face close to Naruto's. You think being a Jinchuriki is easy? You think carrying around a nuke in your belly is a gift? Listen to me, kid. Your chakra is a monster. Same as mine. Mine just happens to be on the outside. He patted the hilt of Samahata. Same as the Nine-Tails. It's a wild, hungry beast. You learn to control it, to make it your own, or it's gonna eat you alive from the inside out. It'll swallow you whole until there's nothing left but a screaming red fox in a kid's body. You get me? The intensity in Kisame's eyes, the raw truth of his words, cut through Naruto's fear. He wasn't just being a mean teacher. He was trying to tell him something important. Something real. He nodded, his teeth chattering. Good. Now do it again, Kisame said, nudging him back towards the edge. And again. And again. You will walk to that pillar and back if it takes all night. Or you can learn to breathe water. Your choice. For hours, that was his world. Step, focus, fall. Get hauled out, gasping and freezing. Get lectured, then try again. His body was screaming with exhaustion. His muscles ached from the cold and the exertion. His chakra coils felt raw, scraped out. He had sunk so many times he'd lost count. But he kept getting back up. Each time, he got a little further. 1 step. Then 2. Then 5. He learned to ignore the burning in his legs, the screaming in his head. He learned to focus only on that single, constant stream of energy flowing from his core to his feet. He was halfway to the pillar, his body trembling with the strain, when his foot slipped again. He felt the surface break, the cold water licking at his ankle. No. He thought, a wave of pure frustration and anger washing over him. Not again. And then, something else washed over him. A different kind of energy. It was hot, powerful, and utterly furious. It felt like it was his, but also alien. A surge of red chakra, visible even in the dim light, flared around his feet. It wasn't the calm blue he'd been trying to maintain. This was a raging inferno. Instead of his foot sinking, the water beneath him exploded outwards, blasting him a few feet into the air. He landed clumsily back on the surface, the water sizzling around his feet for a second before the red energy vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He stood there, panting, his heart hammering in his chest. What was that? He looked back at Kisame. The shark man wasn't scowling anymore. A huge, predatory grin was stretched across his face, wider than Naruto had ever seen it. Heh. Well, look at that, Kisame chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound. There's a monster in there after all. Looks like you finally got pissed off enough to meet him. He nodded towards the pillar. Don't stop now. You're almost there. Naruto stared down at his feet, then back at the pillar. He didn't know what that red power was, but it had saved him. Kisame wasn't angry about it, he was proud. A new determination solidified in Naruto's chest. He took another step, and then another. His focus was absolute now, driven by a strange mix of fear, exhaustion, and a newfound, fiery confidence. He made it to the pillar, slapped his hand against the cold, slimy stone, and didn't even pause. He turned and started the long walk back. He was going to master this. No matter what. 2 years later, the world was still cold and gray, but Naruto had gotten bigger. At 9, he was lean and wiry, his movements already holding a sharp economy that belied his age. The training had been relentless. Kisame had taught him the fundamentals of water jutsu. Sasori, in his deep, hollow voice, had forced him through grueling puppetry exercises to improve his finger dexterity and chakra control, even though Naruto hated the creepy puppets. He'd even spent time with Zetsu, learning how to move silently, how to blend into the shadows and listen to the whispers of the earth itself. He was becoming a tool, sharp and effective. But a tool needed a purpose. And that was Nagato's domain. He was summoned to the highest chamber, the place he was rarely allowed to go. The throne room of a god. He walked in and bowed his head, as he had been taught. The Deva path of pain was there, standing motionless beside the grotesque machine that kept the real Nagato alive. Konan stood on the other side, her face impassive. Naruto, the raspy voice of Nagato came from the emaciated figure in the chair. It was always a jolt to hear that weak voice after being so used to the powerful, resonant tone of the Deva path. Your physical and ninjutsu training progresses adequately. But the body is a vessel. It is the mind, the will, that directs it. Do you know why you are here? Why we are doing this? To bring peace, Naruto answered immediately. It was the answer he had been taught since he could talk. And what is peace? Nagato pressed. An end to fighting, Naruto said. An end to war. An end to pain. He parroted the words he'd heard so many times. Close, Nagato rasped. He gestured a skeletal hand, and a large map of the elemental nations was projected onto the wall with chakra. It was dotted with dozens of red marks. These are the battlefields of the last 3 great shinobi wars. Here, in the land of Earth, thousands of Konoha and Iwa shinobi slaughtered each other over a worthless pile of rocks. Here, on the border of the land of Wind, Suna and Konoha fought, and the sand was stained red for a decade. And here in our own land, Amigakure, they all came. They used our home as their personal slaughterhouse. Konoha, Iwa, Suna, they trampled our people, burned our villages, and killed our families, all for their own pathetic ambitions. They called it honor, duty, protecting their village. Nagato's voice, though weak, was filled with a chilling venom. It is all lies. The will of fire is an excuse to burn your neighbors' houses. The pride of the village is a banner to wave while you murder their children. This world is trapped in a cycle of hatred. One nation attacks another, and the survivors of the losing side harbor a grudge. That grudge grows into a desire for revenge. And so they attack back. And on, and on, and on. An endless, spinning wheel of death and suffering. It will not stop. Not on its own. Naruto stared at the map, at the countless red dots. He had only ever known Amigakure. He had no concept of other villages, other than as names in a history lesson, the faceless enemy that had caused all this suffering. How do you stop it? Naruto asked, his voice small in the vast chamber. You cannot talk them into peace, Nagato said, a faint, bitter smile on his lips. Jiraiya-sensei, my old teacher, believed that. He believed in a prophecy, that a savior would come who could inspire humanity to understand one another. He was a great man. And a fool. The way he said, fool, was laced with a deep, profound sadness. People do not understand each other's words. They only understand one thing. Pain. The Deva path, which had been motionless until now, took a step forward. Its Rinnegan eyes, so like Nagato's, seemed to bore into Naruto's soul. When you lose someone you love, the Deva path's powerful voice boomed, you feel pain. When you see your home destroyed, you feel pain. This pain creates hatred. Hatred creates war. To break the cycle, you must introduce a pain so absolute, so overwhelming, that it dwarfs all other hatreds. A shared experience of ultimate suffering that will unite the entire world in terror. Nagato coughed, a racking, wet sound. You, Naruto, are special. You carry a great power within you. The greatest of the 9 bijou. A power of near infinite destruction. It is a key. We will gather all 9 bijou. We will combine their power into a single entity, a weapon capable of destroying a country in a single moment. And we will give that weapon to the world. When 2 nations are on the brink of war, they will come to us. And we will unleash our weapon. A city, a country, will be wiped from the map. The survivors, the entire world, will witness this horror. They will know true pain. And for the first time, they will understand. The fear of that pain will force them into peace. A forced, stable peace that will last for centuries. Naruto's mind reeled. It was horrible. It was terrifying. But it also made a strange, brutal kind of sense. He thought of Haiden's talk of sacrifice. Of Kisame's talk about controlling the monster inside. It was all pieces of this one big, terrible idea. My power, the 9 tails, it's for the weapon, he asked. It is the cornerstone, Nagato confirmed. Your purpose, Naruto, is greater than that of any shinobi, any kage. Your life will serve as the foundation for a new world. A peaceful world. It is a magnificent destiny. He wasn't being asked. He was being told. This was his future. This was his reason for being. To a child raised in a cold, metal tower by a group of S-rank criminals, the idea of having a magnificent destiny, of being the key to saving the world, was the most intoxicating thing he had ever heard. It filled the empty spaces inside him. It gave his cold, wet, painful training a meaning. I understand, Naruto said, his voice firm, his blue eyes shining with a newfound conviction. I will not fail you, Nagato Otosen. Konan, who had been silent the entire time, watched him, and for a moment, a flicker of profound sorrow crossed her face before it was replaced by her usual placid mask. She had brought this child here to be a sacrifice. And she had just watched him accept his fate with a smile. Art is an explosion. Naruto, now 11, ducked just in time. A small clay bird whizzed past his head and slammed into the wall of a ruined building behind him, detonating with a sharp crack. Chunks of concrete rained down around him. "Pay attention, yeah!" Deidara shouted, his single visible blue eye wide with manic glee. He was perched on top of a larger clay owl, hovering 20 feet in the air. "My art demands respect, Their training ground was a derelict sector of Amigakure that had been bombed out during the last war and never rebuilt. It was a playground of twisted metal and crumbling towers, perfect for blowing things up without Kakuzu complaining about property damage. "I am paying attention," Naruto yelled back, wiping dust from his face. "You said to watch the bird, you didn't say it was gonna try and take my head off. That's the beauty of it." Deidara cackled, dropping another, smaller clay spider onto the ground. It scurried towards Naruto with unsettling speed. True art is fleeting. It's a single, beautiful moment of explosive power that burns itself into your soul. You can't just look at it, you have to experience it, yeah. Naruto cursed under his breath and leaped backwards, weaving a quick set of hand signs. Water style, wild water wave. He spewed a jet of water from his mouth, dousing the clay spider. It sizzled and dissolved into a muddy pile. Kisame's training was still useful. "Ah, you ruined it." Deidara whined from above. "Boring. Water is so, not artistic, It's better than getting blown up." Deidara's training was, by far, the most chaotic. He wasn't teaching Naruto a specific jutsu. He was teaching him a sensibility. He was trying to get Naruto to understand his explosive clay. To do that, Naruto had to learn to infuse his own chakra into it. Deidara landed his owl and hopped off, holding out a small, unformed lump of clay. Okay, less dodging, more creating. Try again. Mold it, feel the shape you want. Then, push your chakra into it. Not too much, not too little. You have to feel the artistic tension, then release it. Katsu. Naruto took the clay. It was cool and malleable in his hands. He tried to form it into a shuriken, like Deidara had shown him. His wind nature chakra was a problem. Deidara used earth and lightning release to create his explosions. Naruto's wind just seemed to make the clay unstable. He carefully pushed a thread of his chakra into the clay shuriken. It immediately puffed into dust and blew away. No. Deidara threw his hands up in frustration. "You're thinking like a shinobi. A tool. This isn't a tool, it's a masterpiece in waiting. You have to love the clay. Become one with the explosion." "How can you become one with something that's trying to kill you?" A dry, rasping voice cut in. From the shadows of a collapsed archway, Sasori emerged. Or rather, his puppet Hirako did, the large, scorpion-like shell that he almost always resided in. The puppet's metallic tail twitched menacingly. "Don't listen to this fool, boy. His art is nothing more than cheap fireworks. A momentary flash for the feeble-minded." "What did you say, Dana?" Deidara spun around, his eye twitching. "My art is the ultimate expression of beauty. You and your dusty old puppets are just relics. True art is fleeting, yeah. True art is eternal," Sasori's voice droned from within the puppet. "A thing of beauty that will last long after your pathetic little bombs have faded from memory. That is the only art worth creating." Naruto just stood there, holding the lump of clay, as his two mentors launched into their usual, heated debate. He'd seen this argument a dozen times. He used the opportunity to think. Deidara's clay needed his chakra to detonate. His own chakra was wind aspect. Wind feeds fire, but it disperses earth. Maybe he was thinking about it the wrong way. He wasn't supposed to fight the clay. He was supposed to work with it. He molded another shape. Not a shuriken this time, but a simple, sleek dart. He closed his eyes and focused. Instead of pushing his chakra into the clay, he wrapped a thin, sharp layer of wind chakra around it, like a skin. He felt it stabilize the form. Then, he pushed a tiny, explosive pulse of raw chakra into the very center of the dart, the way Deidara had instructed. He could feel the tension, just like Deidara said. The wind chakra was containing the explosive core. He opened his eyes, a grin on his face. "Hey, Deidara and I." Deidara and Sasori stopped arguing and looked at him. Naruto flicked his wrist. The clay dart shot forward with incredible speed, propelled by the sheath of wind chakra. It was faster than any of Deidara's own creations. It flew straight and true for 50 yards before Naruto whispered the trigger word he'd heard Deidara scream 1,000 times. Katsu. The dart detonated. It wasn't a massive explosion like Deidara's, but it was incredibly focused. The wind chakra that had been containing it turned into a vortex of razor-sharp blades, shredding a chunk of wall into gravel. It was a perfect fusion of their styles. Deidara was silent for a full 10 seconds, his eye wide. Then, a massive, beaming smile spread across his face. "Yeah. See, Dana. That's art. A fleeting moment of pure, destructive beauty. He gets it. The kid gets it, Sasori's puppet just made a clicking sound. Humph. A moderately effective technique. But it still lacks permanence." He turned and shuffled back into the shadows, the argument lost for today. Deidara, however, was ecstatic. He was practically bouncing with excitement. He had found a protégé, a fellow artist. From that day on, Naruto's training took a new, explosive turn. He learned to create his own variant of explosive tags, infused with wind chakra to create cutting shockwaves. He learned to ride Deidara's clay birds, to fight in the air, to see the world as a canvas waiting for a beautiful bang. He was becoming less of a standard shinobi and more of a force of nature, a walking, talking storm of creative destruction. Dinner in the Akatsuki lair was a surreal affair. There was no formal dining room, just a large, battered table in a common area where whoever was at the base would congregate. Tonight, the table was crowded. Haydn was loudly complaining that the food wasn't bloody enough for a proper offering to Jashin. Kakuzu was sitting at the far end, an abacus in one hand and a ledger in the other, completely ignoring everyone as he calculated the profits from their latest mission. Kisame was happily devouring an entire roast fish, bones and all, while he regaled a thoroughly unimpressed Itachi with a story about a bounty he'd once fought who could turn his skin into steel. Deidara was showing off a new centipede-shaped bomb to a still sulking Sasori, who kept muttering about vulgarity. Zetsu was nowhere to be seen, but Naruto knew he was there. He could sometimes see a flash of white or black in the corner of his eye, or hear a faint, whispery voice from a dark corner. Naruto, now 12 and on the cusp of his teenage years, sat in the middle of it all, completely at home. This cacophony of killers and monsters was his family dinner. This was his normal. He deftly snagged a bread roll from the basket before Haydn could stab it with his fork. "Hey! I was gonna bless that with a prayer of agonizing death for my enemies." Haydn snapped. "Too slow, Haydn-aji," Naruto said with a grin, taking a large bite. "Jashin probably prefers faster followers anyway." Haydn sputtered, and Kisame let out a loud laugh. "He's got you there, you religious nut. You want to become fish food, you overgrown sushi roll." Naruto tuned them out. He looked over at the silent figure at the end of the table. Itachi Uchiha. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The man who had slaughtered his entire family in a single night. He was the quietest member, and in some ways, the most intimidating. He rarely spoke, and when he did, his voice was low and measured. He never trained Naruto directly, but he was always watching. His dark eyes, with their spinning red Sharingan, seemed to see right through everything. Feeling bold, Naruto got up and walked over to him, sitting in the empty chair beside him. Itachi-san. Itachi turned his head slowly, his gaze falling on Naruto. It wasn't a cold look, not like Kakuzu's. It was just, heavy. Like he was carrying something immense. Naruto. Nagato Otosan says we're going to bring peace to the world by showing them true pain, Naruto said, repeating the philosophy that was now as natural to him as breathing. He says it's the only way they'll understand. Itachi was silent for a moment, just observing him. And what do you think? He asked, his voice soft. The question caught Naruto off guard. No one ever asked what he thought. They told him what to think. They told him his purpose. I think he's right, Naruto said, a little hesitantly. There's too much fighting. Too much hatred. This is the only way to make it stop for good. Itachi looked away, his gaze becoming distant. Is a peace born from fear truly peace? He murmured, almost to himself. Or is it just a cage? He looked back at Naruto, and for a fleeting second, Naruto saw an ocean of sadness in those red eyes. Never accept a single version of the truth, Naruto. Especially when it is given to you by men who have known great pain themselves. Seek to understand all sides, even those of your enemies. Only then can you find an answer that is truly your own. He stood up then, his plate untouched. I have a watch, he said, and then he was gone, melting into the shadows as if he were never there. Naruto sat there, confused. A cage? What did that mean? He had a purpose. A great destiny. That wasn't a cage, it was a gift. He shook his head. Itachi was just weird. Always talking in riddles. He went back to the table, grabbed another bread roll, and went back to listening to his uncles argue about money, religion, and the artistic merits of explosions. It was simpler. It made more sense. But Itachi's words lingered in the back of his mind, a small, quiet question mark in a world of brutal, absolute answers. His final test came without warning. He was summoned before the Deva Path and Konan. An intruder has been detected within Amigakure, Pain's voice echoed in the chamber. They have bypassed the outer sensory net. A spy, most likely. Their chakra signature is unknown. Their last known position was in the old industrial sector. Naruto's heart began to beat faster. This was it. Not a training exercise. A real mission. Your objective, Pain continued, his Rinnegan locking onto Naruto, is to locate and neutralize this intruder. You may use any means necessary. Do not kill them unless you have no other choice. We want to know who sent them. You will go alone. This is your graduation exam. Do not fail. I won't, Naruto said, his voice steady. He bowed and turned, running from the room without another word. He raced through the metal corridors of Amigakure. The rain outside was heavier than usual, a torrential downpour that hammered against the city. He felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a cold knot of fear. He was ready. All those years of training, all those lessons from his monstrous family, had led to this. He reached the industrial sector, a maze of rusting pipes, abandoned factories, and dark, water-filled alleyways. The rain made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Tracking someone here would be a nightmare. But Zetsu had taught him well. He closed his eyes and knelt, placing a hand on the wet ground. He didn't try to sense chakra directly, the rain was infused with Pain's chakra, scrambling any normal sensory techniques. Instead, he listened. He listened to the vibrations in the earth, the displacement of water, the whisper of movement that wasn't the rain. He felt it. A faint, unnatural silence. A spot where the rhythm of the rain was wrong. It was coming from the old water treatment plant. He moved, silent as a shadow, his soft-soled boots making no sound on the wet metal. He flowed through the labyrinthine complex, a ghost in the downpour. He found his target in the main filtration chamber, a cavernous room filled with massive, silent turbines. A figure in a standard black cloak stood in the center of the room, their face hidden by a hood. They seemed to be examining the machinery. Naruto didn't announce himself. He didn't attack head-on. That was Haiden's way. He was smarter than that. He used Deidara's trick, creating a tiny, silent clay moth and sending it fluttering to the other side of the room. He then used Kisame's technique, gathering moisture from the air to create a thick, dense fog that filled the chamber in seconds. He whispered, "Katsu." The moth detonated with a bright flash and a loud bang. The figure spun towards the sound, momentarily blinded and disoriented. In that same instant, Naruto moved. He erupted from the fog on the opposite side, a kunai in his hand, aiming to subdue, not to kill. But his opponent was good. Inhumanly good. They reacted instantly, a blur of motion. A flurry of Senbon needles shot out from their sleeve, forcing Naruto to abort his attack and dodge. He landed in a crouch, his eyes narrowed. This person was no ordinary spy. They fought in the fog-shrouded chamber, a deadly dance of shadows. The intruder was fast and precise, using a dizzying array of minor jutsu and taijutsu. But Naruto was unpredictable. He was a brawler, a trickster, and an artist of destruction all at once. He used a blast of wind to clear the fog, then immediately followed up with a water prison jutsu, trying to trap his opponent. The figure simply dissolved into the floor, a strange, plant-like jutsu he'd never seen before. They reappeared behind him, aiming a strike at the back of his neck. But Naruto had anticipated it. He spun, a Rasengan already forming in his hand. The spiraling ball of pure chakra, a jutsu he had painstakingly taught himself in secret after reading about it in a scroll he'd borrowed from Jiraiya's old research, slammed into the intruder. But it didn't connect. The figure seemed to melt around the attack, their body parting like water. And then Naruto saw it. A flash of white and black. The face under the hood was half black, half white, with a swirling pattern and a single, yellow eye. Zetsu! Naruto exclaimed, stumbling back in shock. "You are quick, Naruto-kun," the white half of Zetsu said in a cheerful, airy voice. But very predictable, the black half added in a deep, gravelly tone. It was a test. The whole thing. Pain had sent him to hunt another member of the Akatsuki. He felt a flash of anger, then pushed it down. It didn't matter. The mission was the mission, neutralize the intruder. He knew he couldn't beat Zetsu in a straight fight. Zetsu could travel through any surface, he could be anywhere. So Naruto changed the game. He grinned. "You think I'm predictable?" Naruto called out, backing away towards the large control panel for the turbines. "Let's try some real art." He slammed his hands on the panel, pouring a massive amount of his own chakra into the system. With a groan of protesting metal, the giant turbines in the room roared to life. They began to spin, creating a massive, powerful whirlpool in the water that filled the lower level of the chamber. Zetsu, who was merged with the floor, was caught by surprise as the ground beneath him began to violently suck water downwards. "Clever," the black half grunted. "But not clever enough." Naruto yelled. He formed a dozen shadow clones. They all began throwing kunai with explosive tags attached, his own special wind-infused variant, not at Zetsu, but into the gears of the turbines. "What is he doing?" White Zetsu asked, confused. The tags detonated. The explosions weren't big, but they were precise. They shredded the gears, causing the massive turbines to break free from their moorings. The whole room screamed with the sound of tearing metal. "He's destroying the entire plant." Black Zetsu growled in alarm. One of the massive, multi-ton turbines ripped loose and crashed into the center of the room, right where Zetsu was. The floor buckled and collapsed, and the entire chamber began to flood with churning, violent water from the reservoir below. It was pure, unadulterated chaos. And in the middle of it all, Naruto appeared right beside the struggling Zetsu, who was trying to dematerialize through a wall that was no longer stable. Before Zetsu could fully escape, Naruto slapped a complex paralysis seal, one Conan had taught him for capturing bounties alive, right onto his chest. Zetsu's body seized up instantly. Naruto grabbed the paralyzed Zetsu, threw him over his shoulder, and leaped up through the collapsing ceiling just as the entire chamber imploded in a vortex of water and scrap metal. He landed on a rooftop in the pouring rain, breathing heavily, with his captive secured. The Deva Path and Conan were standing there, waiting for him. They had watched the entire thing. Naruto dropped Zetsu onto the roof. "Intruder neutralized," he said, trying to keep his voice from shaking with adrenaline. Pain stared down at the paralyzed Zetsu, then at the smoking, flooded ruin of the water treatment plant. He looked back at Naruto, his Rinnegan completely unreadable. "You caused over 12 million ryo in damages," Pain stated, his voice flat. Naruto's stomach dropped. He thought he was going to be punished. However, Pain continued, "You correctly identified the target's unique abilities, adapted your strategy to an unpredictable environment, and successfully captured the target without lethal force. The objective was completed. It is acceptable." Naruto felt a wave of relief so powerful his knees almost buckled. From Pain, acceptable was the highest form of praise. He looked over at Conan. She wasn't looking at him, but at the destruction he had wrought, a whirlwind of water and wind and explosive power. For the first time in a long, long time, a small, genuine smile touched her lips. He was no longer just the vessel. He was no longer just a child to be protected. He had been raised in a family of monsters, and he had finally become one of them. He was a weapon. And he was ready. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Blood on the Water. The meeting was a ghost convention. That's the best way to describe it. One minute Naruto was sitting on his bed, polishing a new set of his custom wind darts, and the next, his vision shimmered and he was somewhere else entirely. He was still in his room, technically, but he was also in a dark, cavernous space, his body a flickering, translucent blue projection. 9 other figures stood in a circle on a set of massive stone fingers erupting from the ground. It was the Ghetto Mazo statue, their creepy, 9-eyed mascot and future piggy bank for Bijou. He was standing on one of the smaller fingers now, his own designated spot. He'd graduated. He was one of them. For real this time. "The reports from the land of rivers are confirmed," Pain's projected form said, his voice echoing in the psychic space with a weight that the real Nagatos never could. "Daimyo Shirogane continues to defy our authority. He has executed 3 of our financial operatives and seized assets totaling over 40 million ryo." A low grumble came from Kakuzu's projection. 40 million. The interest alone on that amount is substantial. This man is costing us a fortune. Even as a ghost, he sounded like he was counting coins. "He's not just costing us money," Pain continued, his Rinnegan sweeping over the assembled members. "He is openly encouraging other minor lords in the region to resist. He speaks of a coalition of the free lands to stand against the shadow of the rain. He is becoming a symbol. And symbols are dangerous. They must be made an example of." Naruto felt a surge of adrenaline. He knew where this was going. He'd been on dozens of training missions, captured bounties for Kakuzu, and tested security for Pain. But this was different. This was politics. This was the plan. This is an internal security matter. A mission of enforcement and strategic restructuring, Pain stated. A 3-man cell will be dispatched. Their objective is to infiltrate Shirogane's castle, eliminate him, and ensure his successor is more cooperative. The message must be clear: defiance of Akatsuki is not an option. The air crackled with anticipation. This was a high-stakes job. An assassination of a head of state. "I'll take it," Kisame's projection boomed, a toothy grin splitting his face. It's been a while since I've had a chance to let Samahata have a good meal. A daimyo's castle should have some tasty chakra. No, Pain said, his voice absolute. Your team is needed on standby for a potential Jinchuriki sighting near Kiri. This requires a more artistic touch. His gaze shifted. Deidara. Sasori. You will lead this mission. Deidara's projection did a little bounce of excitement. Yeah. Finally, a chance to show some real art. A daimyo's castle, oh, the explosive potential is just sublime, Sasori's puppet form, Hirako, just stood there, unmoving. Humph. A simple assassination. Tedious. But if it must be done, it will be done efficiently. I will have him added to my collection within the day. Your third will be Naruto. The words dropped into the space, and for a second, there was a collective, silent surprise from the other projections. Naruto's heart hammered against his ribs. He tried to keep his face perfectly neutral, copying the impassive look he saw on Itachi's projection. Inside, he was buzzing. This was it. His first real mission as a full member. The brat? Haydn's projection sneered. You're sending the brat on a wet work job? He's gonna piss himself. You should send me. I'll make a glorious blood offering of that whole damn castle to Jashin. Naruto has completed his training, Pain's voice cut through Haydn's rant, silencing him. His skills are uniquely suited for this type of infiltration. He has proven his capabilities. This is no longer a discussion. He turned his Rinnegan directly onto Naruto's flickering form. Do you understand the objective, Naruto? Yes, Pain-sama, Naruto said, his voice coming out steadier than he felt. Infiltrate the castle. Eliminate Daimyo Shirogane. Send a message. He recited the key points perfectly. Good. You leave at dawn. Deidara, you are the team leader. Do not disappoint me. Pain's form flickered and vanished, along with the cavern and the statue, leaving Naruto standing alone in the sudden silence of his room. The adrenaline hit him like a physical blow. He punched the air with a quiet, yes, and scrambled to get his gear ready. He wasn't just the vessel anymore. He was an operative. A real member of Akatsuki. He was finally going to get to do what he was born for, fight for the cause, for Nagato's peace. He pulled out his mission pack. Standard stuff first, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, smoke bombs. Then, his personal touch. He carefully packed 2 scrolls filled with his custom wind-infused explosive darts. Deidara had helped him perfect the clay compound, and he'd figured out how to use his wind chakra to make them both incredibly fast and devastatingly sharp upon detonation. He also packed a few water scrolls, for quick defenses and creating mist, a trick he'd picked up from Kisame. He strapped his tanto to his back. He wasn't a master swordsman like Kisame, but he was fast and knew how to use it to create an opening. Finally, he pulled on his new Akatsuki cloak. It was still a little too big for him, the sleeves hanging just past his knuckles, but wearing it felt right. It felt like a suit of armor. Like a declaration. He was one of them now. A soft rustling sound made him turn. Konan was standing in his doorway, her expression as calm as ever. She was holding a small, folded bundle of dark fabric. You are excited, she stated. It wasn't a question. This is my first real mission, Naruto said, unable to keep the grin off his face. I'm not gonna let them down. I'm gonna show them what I can do. I know you will, she said, her voice soft. She stepped into the room and handed him the bundle. A mission of this nature will have unforeseen complications. This may be of use. He unfolded it. It was a lightweight flak jacket, much thinner and more flexible than the standard Konoha issue he'd seen in diagrams. It was a dark gray, almost black, and woven into the fabric were countless tiny, almost invisible paper seals. It will stop most blades and projectiles, Conan explained. And it can absorb the impact of one or two direct jutsu before it fails. Wear it under your cloak. Naruto stared at the vest. It was a gift. A practical one, a tool for the mission, but still a gift. It was the closest thing to a hug he was ever likely to get from her. Thank you, Conan. He caught himself before he could say, Ka-san. Deidara is volatile, she continued, her amber eyes serious. Sasori is pragmatic to the point of cruelty. They will not protect you. They will use you to achieve the objective. You must rely on yourself. Be smart. Be fast. And come back. The last two words were spoken so quietly he almost missed them. I will, he promised, his voice thick with a sudden rush of emotion. He quickly pulled the vest on. It was light, fitting him perfectly. A silent, paper-thin layer of protection from his silent, paper-thin mother. She nodded once, then turned and left as quietly as she had arrived. Naruto took a deep breath, the smell of old paper and rain lingering in the air. He was ready. He was more than ready. He was going to make them all proud. Dawn in Amigakure was just a slightly lighter shade of gray. The rain was a constant, steady drizzle. Naruto met Deidara and Sasori at the western gate. Deidara was already perched on a massive, writhing clay bird, looking impatient. Sasori was, as usual, hidden inside his puppet Hiriko, the puppet's heavy form standing motionless in the rain, water dripping from its scorpion-like tail. About time, yeah. Deidara called down as Naruto approached. The early bird gets the worm, and my art gets impatient, Daimyos are not worms, Sasori's hollow voice droned from within the puppet. And your art is just a means of transportation. Let's get this over with. Naruto just nodded and, with a running start, leaped onto the back of the clay bird, landing lightly behind Deidara. The bird gave a slight lurch under his weight. It felt alive, its clay body shifting and pulsing with Deidara's chakra. All right. Let's go make some beautiful art. Deidara yelled, and with a flick of his hands, the bird shot into the perpetually overcast sky, banking hard and heading west. Hiriko followed on the ground below, moving with a surprisingly swift, scuttling gait that churned the muddy ground. The journey took the better part of 2 days. They flew high above the endless network of pipes and towers of aim, then out over the sodden, war-torn landscape of the surrounding countries. Deidara, in his element, was insufferable. He pointed out rock formations, forests, and rivers, describing in vivid detail the best way to blow each of them up. See that valley, yeah? A whole chain of C3 centipedes, burrowing through the ground. Boom! A whole new canyon. A masterpiece of landscape art, Destruction is not art, Sasori's voice crackled up through the small communication seal Deidara had slapped on Naruto's cloak. It is a vulgar act of momentary release. True art is creating something that lasts forever. Something perfect. You're just jealous because my art has passion. Deidara shot back. Naruto, stuck between them, decided to jump in. Why can't it be both, he asked, having to shout over the rushing wind. Deidara and Sasori both went quiet. I mean. Naruto continued, thinking of his explosive darts, you can have a perfect, fleeting moment. Like, a lightning strike. It's only there for a second, but it's perfect, and you remember it forever. It's an eternal moment. Deidara was silent for a full minute, actually considering it. An eternal moment. I like that, yeah. You've been paying attention, brat. There's an artist in you yet, From the ground, Sasori's only reply was a grunt of what might have been grudging respect. A clever turn of phrase. But it changes nothing. They traveled mostly in silence after that. As they got closer to the land of rivers, the landscape changed. The endless rain gave way to thick, humid air and dense, swampy forests. They landed the bird on the outskirts of a small port town to gather information. Deidara stayed with his clay creations, too conspicuous to go into town. Sasori remained hidden in Hirako. So, the intel gathering fell to Naruto. He swapped his Akatsuki cloak for a simple traveler's poncho, pulling the hood up to hide his bright hair. He walked into the town, a bustling, grimy place that smelled of fish and stagnant water. It didn't take long to find a bar filled with local mercenaries and off-duty guards. He sat in a dark corner, ordered a glass of water, and just listened. Zetsu's lessons in blending in becoming part of the background, were invaluable. He learned that Daimyo Shirogane was paranoid, and for good reason. His castle, a few miles upriver, was a fortress. It was called the Stone Turtle for its defensive posture. It was built on a small island in the middle of a fast-flowing river, accessible by only one heavily fortified bridge. The walls were thick, manned by elite samurai, and rumor had it Shirogane had also hired a clan of shinobi known for their water-style jutsu to patrol the river itself. He also heard the other side of the story. The daimyo wasn't just some power-hungry lord. The Akatsuki had been demanding a protection tax from the region, a tax so high it was crippling the local economy. Shirogane was the first to refuse, using the money instead to bolster his own defenses and feed his people. To the men in this bar, he wasn't a symbol of defiance, he was a hero. They spoke of him with a fierce loyalty. It was the first time Naruto had ever heard someone speak of Akatsuki as the villains, the oppressors. It felt weird. He dismissed it as propaganda. These people just didn't understand the bigger picture. He paid for his water and slipped out of the bar, melting back into the humid twilight. He relayed the information to his team. A fortress on an island? Patrolled by water shinobi? Deidara cackled with glee. Oh, this is just perfect. A beautiful canvas. My art will be the wave that crashes over his pathetic little stone turtle, yeah. Their patrols will be a nuisance, Sasori's voice droned. And the river is a tactical obstacle. A frontal assault is foolish, even for you. Who said anything about a frontal assault? Deidara grinned. That's where our little lightning strike comes in. He looked at Naruto. You're the smallest and fastest. While I give them a fireworks show they'll never forget, and Sasori Dana handles the guards on the bridge, you'll be the one to cross the river. You're good with water, right? Kisame taught you stuff. I can handle it, Naruto said, a knot of excitement tightening in his stomach. This was his part. The infiltration. The most important job. Good, Sasori's voice cut in. Once you're inside, your objective is the daimyo's main keep. That is where he will be. Do not get sidetracked. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Be a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. We will handle the sledgehammer. They waited until the dead of night. A sliver of moon hung in the humid sky, casting a weak, silvery light on the churning river. In the distance, Shirogane's castle was a dark, hulking silhouette, a few torches flickering on its walls. It looked formidable. Showtime, Deidara whispered, his eye gleaming with manic energy. He pressed his hands together. And from the ground, a dozen massive clay birds, each the size of a man, rose into the air. With a shout of "Katsu," he sent them flying towards the castle. The guards on the walls saw them coming. Gongs began to sound, frantic shouts echoing across the water. The birds weren't attacking the walls, though. They were flying high, circling like vultures. Then, they began to drop their eggs. Dozens of smaller C1 clay spiders and insects rained down on the castle's outer courtyards. The explosion started a moment later. Not huge, city-leveling blasts, but a series of sharp, disorienting detonations that lit up the night. Chaos erupted within the castle walls. It was the perfect distraction. Go, Sasori's voice commanded from Hirako's form, which was now creeping through the reeds at the river's edge. While the castle's attention was focused on the sky, Sasori made his move. A volley of senbon, coated in his signature fast-acting poison, shot out from Hiriko's mouth, arcing silently across the river. The guards on the near side of the bridge collapsed without a sound, clutching their throats. Hiriko then scuttled out of the reeds and onto the bridge, its heavy form surprisingly quiet. Any guards who rushed out to see what was happening were met by the puppet's extending, poison tail. This was Naruto's cue. He took a running start and leaped into the river. The current was strong, trying to pull him downstream, but he focused his chakra to his feet and began to run across the surface. He was halfway across when the water in front of him exploded upwards. For shinobi in the dark blue uniform of the land of rivers erupted from the water, surrounding him. "You're not getting any further, Akatsuki dog," one of them snarled, weaving hand signs. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon of churning water formed and roared towards Naruto. But he was ready. He didn't try to counter it. He dropped into the water, letting the dragon pass harmlessly over his head. Underwater, he was in his element. Kisame had spent years trying to drown him, it had made him an expert aquatic fighter. He formed a quick shadow clone. The clone shot upwards, drawing their attention, while the real Naruto sped towards the shinobi who had cast the jutsu. He burst from the water right behind his target, the Rasengan already spinning in his palm. He slammed it into the man's back. There was no explosion, just a sickening crunch and a silent, violent vortex of chakra that sent the shinobi flying, unconscious before he even hit the water again. "Taro," one of the others screamed. Naruto didn't give them a chance to regroup. Water style, wild water wave. He spewed a powerful jet of water, sending one of them tumbling back. He threw a handful of kunai at the third, forcing him to dodge, and used the opening to close the distance. His movements were a fluid, chaotic dance of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and pure instinct. He was outnumbered, but he was faster, more aggressive, and utterly relentless. Within 30 seconds, all four shinobi were unconscious and floating down the river. He hadn't killed them. The mission was to kill the daimyo, not his guards. That was Sasori's philosophy, unnecessary killing was inefficient. He reached the base of the castle wall. It was sheer stone, slick with moss and river spray. He channeled chakra to his hands and feet and began to climb, a small, dark spider scaling the stone turtle's shell. The sounds of Deidara's explosions above provided perfect cover. He slipped over the parapet into a maelstrom. Samurai in heavy armor were running everywhere, trying to fight off Deidara's endless supply of scurrying, exploding clay creatures. Naruto ignored them. He was a ghost. A scalpel. He moved through the chaos, sticking to the shadows, a black cloak with red clouds blending into the night of fire and smoke. He reached the inner courtyard, the last line of defense before the daimyo's keep. Here, the guards were different. They weren't just samurai. They were shinobi, a dozen of them, holding the line with cold, professional calm. The leader, a tall man with a scar across his face, spotted him. "There. The real infiltrator," he yelled, pointing a blade at Naruto. "Forget the fireworks. He's the target. Protect the daimyo." They all converged on him. There was no getting past them quietly. So Naruto changed tactics. He wasn't just a scalpel. He could be a sledgehammer, too. He unsealed one of his scrolls and slapped his palm on it. A dozen of his wind-infused explosive darts appeared in his hands. "You want a show?" Naruto grinned, his eyes wild with the thrill of the fight. "Let's put on a show." He threw the darts. They flew faster than kunai, screaming through the air. The shinobi dodged, but they underestimated the second effect. As the darts embedded themselves in the walls and ground around them, Naruto whispered, "Katsu." They detonated not with fire, but with sharp concussions of wind. The air itself seemed to turn into 1,000 tiny blades. The shinobi were thrown back, their clothes and skin peppered with small cuts. It wasn't lethal, but it was disorienting, breaking their formation. Naruto charged into the chaos he'd created. He moved like a blur, a whirlwind of fists, feet, and his Tanto blade. He wasn't trying to kill them, just incapacitate them. A sharp blow to the neck here, a cut to a tendon there. He used shadow clones to distract and overwhelm, his fighting style a messy, unpredictable mix of everything he'd ever learned. It was brutal, efficient, and over in less than 2 minutes. He left the entire squad of elite guards groaning on the ground and sprinted for the doors of the main keep. The inside was opulent, a stark contrast to the cold, metal halls of his home. Rich tapestries hung on the walls, and ornate vases sat on polished wooden tables. He didn't slow down. He could sense the daimyo's chakra signature, strong and steady, on the top floor. He bounded up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. He burst through the final set of doors into the daimyo's personal chambers. The room was large, dominated by a massive oak desk and a large window overlooking the chaos in the courtyard. Standing behind the desk was a man in his late 40s, dressed in fine silk robes. He had a stern, dignified face and a small, neatly trimmed goatee. He wasn't cowering. He was holding a katana, and his eyes were filled not with fear, but with a weary, defiant anger. Daimyo Shirogane. But he wasn't alone. Standing beside him, her face pale with terror, was a woman in a beautiful kimono, his wife. And peeking out from behind her robes was a small boy, no older than 6, with his father's same dark, determined eyes. Naruto froze. This wasn't in the mission briefing. A family. He had expected a target. A symbol. Not a man with his wife and child. So, the Akatsuki's assassins finally arrive, Shirogane said, his voice level, though his knuckles were white on the hilt of his sword. You hide behind masks and send your monsters to do your dirty work. Do you have any idea what you are fighting for? You're nothing but glorified thugs, extorting the lifeblood from hardworking people. Naruto just stared, his mind struggling to process the scene. The boy. He was just a little kid. He looked terrified, but he was holding onto his mother's leg, trying to be brave. We are fighting for peace, Naruto said, the word sounding hollow in his own ears for the first time. The daimyo let out a sharp, bitter laugh. Peace? You call this peace? Burning my home? Terrorizing my people? Threatening my family? This isn't peace. It's tyranny. And I will not bow to it. He raised his katana. I will die protecting my family and my land. That is a death with honor. What will you die for, boy? An old man's twisted dream? Naruto's hand trembled slightly. This was wrong. This whole thing felt wrong. He looked at the family, huddled together, a single unit against the storm he had brought to their door. He remembered Nagato's words about the pain of losing family, about how that pain creates hatred. What was he doing right now? He was creating that very same pain. This is the mission, a cold voice in his head, sounding suspiciously like Sasori, reminded him. The objective. Emotions are irrelevant. He took a step forward, raising his kunai. The daimyo's wife let out a small sob. The boy whimpered. Shirogane set his jaw, ready to die fighting. Naruto's mind was screaming. This isn't right. This can't be the way. But what other way was there? This was the plan. This was the magnificent destiny Nagato had given him. One man's life, one family's pain, was a necessary sacrifice for the peace of millions. It had to be. It was the only thing that made sense. He grit his teeth, forcing the doubt down, crushing it with years of indoctrination. He was a weapon of the Akatsuki. A tool for peace. He had to complete the mission. He blurred forward, his speed taking the daimyo by surprise. He wasn't aiming for the man's heart. He was aiming for his sword arm. A quick, disarming strike. Subdue, not kill. Maybe there was another way. But he never got there. A shadow fell over the room. The window behind the daimyo shattered inwards. Hirako, Sasori's puppet, smashed through the frame, its massive form filling the space. Its long, metal tail, dripping with purple poison, shot out with incredible speed. It wasn't aimed at the daimyo. It was aimed at the woman and child. No. Shirogane screamed, abandoning all thought of fighting and throwing himself in front of his family. The tail struck him square in the chest. He gasped, a strangled, wet sound. The poison was instantaneous. His face turned gray, his eyes wide with shock and agony. He collapsed to the floor, his dead eyes still fixed on his family. Objective complete, Sasori's voice droned from the puppet. Messy. You were hesitating, brat. Hesitation is fatal. And inefficient. Naruto stood there, frozen, his kunai still in his hand. He stared at the daimyo's body. He stared at the sobbing woman, who was now clutching her terrified, screaming child. He looked at the monstrous puppet standing over them. He had failed. He had hesitated, and Sasori had fixed it in the most brutal way imaginable. He hadn't just killed the daimyo. He'd done it right in front of his family, using them as bait. Let's go, Sasori's voice said. Deidara is signaling the retreat. The puppet turned, smashing its way out of the room without a backward glance at the carnage. Naruto couldn't move. His ears were ringing. The child's screams were drilling into his brain. He looked at his own hands. He hadn't landed the killing blow, but his hands were just as bloody. He had brought this here. This was his peace. This was his magnificent destiny. It was just a man dying on the floor while his family screamed. He felt a wave of nausea so strong he almost threw up. He stumbled backwards, out of the room, and ran. He fled the keep, ignoring the lingering fires and the groans of the wounded. He ran until he was back at the river's edge, where Deidara was waiting on his clay bird, a huge, satisfied grin on his face. That was a work of art, yeah. Deidara cheered as Naruto landed on the bird. The chaos. The colors. A true masterpiece of momentary beauty. You were pretty good too, brat. A little messy, but you got the job done, Naruto didn't say anything. He just slumped onto the bird's back, pulling his cloak tightly around him. He could still hear the screaming. He could still see the boy's eyes. The journey back was a blur. Deidara chattered on about his art. Sasori, from his puppet on the ground, was silent. Naruto was trapped in a prison of his own making, the sounds and images of the night playing over and over in his head. This is the price of peace, he told himself. He repeated it like a mantra, a prayer. This is necessary. This is for the greater good. But the words felt like ash in his mouth. They arrived back in Amigakure as the gray dawn was breaking. The constant rain felt different now. Not comforting, but cold and mournful. He gave his report to the Deva Path of Pain, his voice a monotone. Mission complete. Daimyo Shirogane has been eliminated. I am aware, Pain said. Zetsu had probably given him a full report already. There was hesitation on your part. Naruto flinched. I completed the objective. Sasori completed the objective, Pain corrected him, his Rinnegan seeming to see right through Naruto's soul. He did what you were unwilling to do. This is the path we walk, Naruto. It is a path of pain. Ours, and theirs. There is no room for sentiment. The fate of the world rests on our ability to make the hard choices. Do you understand? I understand, Naruto whispered, his gaze fixed on the cold, metal floor. Good. You are dismissed. Naruto turned and walked out of the chamber. He didn't go to his room. He went to the highest observation deck of the spire, a place open to the elements. He stood in the pouring rain, letting it soak him to the bone. He wanted it to wash away the feeling of the night. The feeling of blood and tears. But it couldn't. He thought of Itachi's words. Is a peace born from fear truly peace? Or is it just a cage? He looked out over Amigakure. A city kept in line by a god who watched their every move. A peace born from absolute control. A cage. He was helping to build a bigger one for the entire world. He was a monster, helping other monsters build a cage for everyone, all in the name of peace. For the first time in his life, Naruto Uzumaki felt a profound, soul-crushing doubt. He had seen the truth of the Akatsuki's peace. He had seen the blood on the water. And he wasn't sure if he believed in it anymore. The first crack had appeared in the foundation of his entire world. And he had a sickening feeling that it was only going to get wider. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Echoes of a Ghost. The silence was the weirdest part. Naruto was used to noise. Not just sound, but noise. Back at the base, Haiden was always screaming about his weird blood god, Deidara was always yelling about art, Kisame was laughing his head off, and Kakuzu was constantly grumbling about money. Even the quiet ones, like Konan, moved with a rustle of paper, and the tower itself hummed with machinery. It was a symphony of chaos, and it was home. Out here, in the sprawling, sun-dappled forests of the Land of Fire's border country, the silence was a physical presence. It pressed in on you. The only sounds were the whisper of wind through the impossibly tall trees, the chatter of birds he didn't recognize, and the soft crunch of leaves under his feet. It was unnerving. So was his partner. Itachi Uchiha moved without making a sound. It was like he was a part of the forest, a shadow that had detached itself from a tree trunk. Naruto had to actively use his senses, honed by years of Zetsu's weird lessons, just to keep track of the guy. They'd been on this reconnaissance mission for 3 days, and Naruto figured they'd exchanged maybe 50 words total. It was a new record for him. After the mission in the Land of Rivers, the one he tried very hard not to think about, the one that left the taste of ash in his mouth and the screams of a child echoing in his quietest moments, Pain had assigned him to Itachi's Unit for observational purposes. Naruto knew what that meant. He was on probation. They thought his hesitation with the daimyo was a flaw, a weakness to be monitored. He figured they'd paired him with the Uchiha prodigy, the guy who iced his entire family without breaking a sweat, as a sort of object lesson in ruthless efficiency. We are close to the target coordinates, Itachi's voice was. A low murmur, barely disturbing the air. He was crouched on a thick branch a dozen feet above Naruto, his form almost completely obscured by the leaves. Only the faint glint of his Sharingan, which was perpetually active, gave him away. The Konoha outpost is said to be 2 clicks north of here, hidden in the valley pass. I don't sense any large concentrations of chakra, Naruto whispered back, closing his eyes and focusing. He spread his senses outwards, feeling the life force of the forest, the flow of the streams, the warmth of the animals. Kisame had taught him how to feel the shape of the world through its water, and Zetsu had shown him how to listen to the vibrations in the earth. It gave him a unique, 360-degree awareness that was different from a standard sensor type. Nothing like a military base. A few small signatures, probably just civilian travelers on the main road to the east. Their barrier ninjutsu may be suppressing their signatures, Itachi countered. We will approach from the high ground. Visually confirm and document their numbers and defenses. We do not engage. This is purely an intelligence-gathering mission. Got it. No engaging, Naruto confirmed, a hint of sullenness in his tone. He pulled himself up onto the branch, moving with a practiced, wiry grace. They continued on, flitting through the canopy like a pair of ghosts. Naruto found himself watching Itachi, trying to figure him out. The man was a walking contradiction. He was one of the Akatsuki's most feared members, a man who had committed an atrocity that was legendary even among S-rank criminals. But he never postured like Haiden or reveled in destruction like Deidara. He was just, quiet. Contained. And those eyes, they always looked sad. Like he was watching a tragedy that only he could see. Itachi suddenly held up a hand, and they both froze, melting into the foliage. Naruto followed his partner's gaze. Down below, on a small, winding path, a patrol of 4 Konoha shinobi was moving south. They wore the standard green flak jackets and headbands with the leaf symbol. They looked young, probably just out of the academy, their faces a mixture of boredom and teenage bravado. "Look at them," one of them was saying, kicking a rock off the path. 3 days out here and we haven't seen anything but squirrels. I thought border patrol was supposed to be exciting." "Be grateful it's boring," Kenta, a girl with short brown hair replied. "Boring means peaceful. It means we're doing our job." They were so normal. Just kids, doing a job. Just like him. Naruto felt a strange pang in his chest. He'd been raised on stories of the Leaf Shinobi, the monsters who had used Amigakure as their personal battlefield, the arrogant warmongers responsible for Yahiko's death and Nagato's pain. But these kids, they didn't look like monsters. They just looked like kids. He pushed the thought away. It was sentiment. Weakness. The kind of thinking that made you hesitate. Itachi watched them pass without a flicker of expression. Once they were out of sight, he gestured, and they continued their advance. They reached the edge of the valley and peered through a thicket of bushes. Below them, nestled in a cleverly disguised ravine, was the outpost. It wasn't large, more of a fortified way station. There were maybe 30 shinobi present, a small barracks, and a single communications tower. Itachi's Sharingan was scanning the entire area, his eyes moving back and forth, memorizing every detail, every patrol route, every guard placement. Naruto acted as his backup, keeping his senses spread wide, watching their backs for any approaching threats. They were a surprisingly effective team. Itachi was the focused, microscopic lens, and Naruto was the wide-angle radar. "Barrier seals are active," Itachi murmured, his eyes locked on the faint shimmer of chakra around the camp's perimeter. "They are linked to the comms tower. Standard Konoha array. Easily bypassed, but it confirms they are on alert. 32 signatures total," Naruto added. "One is significantly stronger than the others. Probably the commander. A Jonin." "Agreed," Itachi said. He pulled a small scroll and a brush from his cloak and began to sketch a map of the layout with swift, precise strokes, his memory perfect. "We have what we came for. We will fall back and observe from a distance until nightfall, then exfiltrate." It was a clean, perfect mission. No complications. No fighting. No families. Naruto felt a sense of relief. They melted back into the forest, heading south, putting distance between themselves and the outpost. Their route took them towards a small, nameless town that straddled the main trade road. It was a dusty, tired-looking place, with a couple of tea houses, a blacksmith, and a dingy-looking inn. It was the kind of place people passed through, not a place they stayed. "We need supplies," Itachi stated, his gaze fixed on the town. "Our water is low. One of us will go. The other will maintain watch from the surrounding woods." "I'll go," Naruto volunteered immediately. The thought of sitting still in the silent forest for another hour was making his skin crawl. He needed a distraction. "I'm less conspicuous." It was true. With his Akatsuki cloak off and a simple traveling hood up, he could pass for any other teenager on the road. Itachi, with his striking features and Sharingan, was far more recognizable. Itachi just gave a slight nod. "Do not draw attention to yourself. Get what we need and leave. I will be on the roof of that temple on the east hill." He pointed to a small, weathered shrine overlooking the town. Naruto slipped off his Akatsuki cloak, stuffing it into his pack. He pulled up his hood and sauntered down the path towards the town, his posture changing from a shinobi's alert readiness to a teenager's lazy slouch. He walked into the town square, a dusty patch of ground with a half-dry well in the center. The place was quiet, with only a few merchants hawking their wares to a handful of travelers. He found a general store and bought 2 large water skins and some dried rations, paying with a handful of ryo from the mission fund Kakuzu had reluctantly given them. The whole transaction took less than 5 minutes. Clean and simple. He was just turning to leave when he heard a commotion from the direction of the town's biggest tea house. A crowd was gathering, their voices a mixture of excitement and awe. Curiosity, a trait he could never quite suppress, got the better of him. He ambled over, slipping through the small crowd to see what was going on. In the center of the clearing in front of the tea house, a man was putting on a performance. He was a huge man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a wild mane of spiky white hair that went down to his waist. He wore a strange green outfit and a red haori, with a massive scroll strapped to his back. He had red lines painted down from his eyes, and he was laughing a huge, booming laugh as he balanced on top of a giant, orange toad that was smoking a pipe. "And for my next trick," the man bellowed, striking a dramatic pose. The great Lord Jiraiya, sage of Mount Myaboku, master of all things shinobi and a hit with the ladies, will demonstrate the folly of trying to get out of paying your bar tab. The crowd laughed and applauded. Naruto just stared. The man was a complete lunatic. A powerful one, though. His chakra was immense, bright and energetic like a small sun. It was far stronger than the Jonin commanders back at the outpost. This guy was on a whole other level. He was also, Naruto noted, wearing a Konoha headband, but his was different. It had horns on it and the word oil. Naruto decided he'd seen enough. This guy was a Konoha shinobi, and a powerful one at that. His presence here was a complication they didn't need. He turned to slip back into the alleyway, his mission to remain inconspicuous firmly back in his mind. He was almost clear of the crowd when the man, Jiraiya, happened to glance in his direction. Their eyes met for just a fraction of a second. And the world stopped. The booming laugh died in Jiraiya's throat. The jovial expression on his face vanished, replaced by one of pure, unadulterated shock. His eyes widened, his jaw went slack. The toad he was standing on seemed to notice the shift in his mood and let out a confused "Jiro." Jiraiya wasn't looking at Naruto. He was looking through him. He was seeing something else. A ghost, just like Itachi had said. The crowd, sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, fell silent. "You." Jiraiya whispered, his voice suddenly raw. He took a step forward, then another, his eyes never leaving Naruto's face. He looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Naruto froze. What the hell was this? The man was looking at him with a mix of disbelief, grief, and something else, something that looked terrifyingly like recognition. This wasn't the look of a shinobi identifying an enemy. This was personal. This was painful. "Your hair, your eyes." Jiraiya was closer now, his voice trembling slightly. "It can't be. Who are you, kid?" Naruto's training kicked in. His hand instinctively went to the pouch of explosive darts on his belt. "None of your business, old man," he said, his voice low and hostile. "Keep walking." But Jiraiya didn't seem to hear him. He was just staring, his mind clearly racing, trying to put impossible pieces together. He saw the face of his student, his legacy, Minato Namikaze. He saw the vibrant blue eyes of Kushina Uzumaki. He saw them perfectly blended in the face of this hostile, wary teenager who was looking at him like he was a threat. "Where are you from?" Jiraiya pressed, his voice pleading now. "Who are your parents?" The questions hit Naruto like physical blows. He didn't have parents. He had Nagato and Konan. He didn't have a home village. He had a metal tower in the rain. This man's questions were digging at a place inside him that he kept locked away, the place where the daimyo's son was still screaming. "I said, back off," Naruto growled, his hand tightening on a dart. The small crowd was backing away now, sensing the rising tension. That face, in this place. Jiraiya murmured, mostly to himself. After all these years. Is it possible? Did Sarutobi-sensei lie to me? He looked back at Naruto, a desperate fire in his eyes. I'm not your enemy, kid. I just need to know who you are. Please. The old man's desperation was what finally broke Naruto's composure. It was too raw, too real. This wasn't an act. This man was genuinely shattered by the sight of him. And that was dangerous. Unpredictable people were dangerous. You've got a lot of nerve, for a leaf nin, Naruto spat, trying to regain control of the situation, trying to push the man back with aggression. You're a long way from home. The mention of the leaf seemed to snap Jiraiya back to the present. His eyes narrowed slightly, the grief replaced by a sharp, shinobi's focus. He took in Naruto's simple clothes, his lack of a headband, the way he held himself, poised on the balls of his feet, ready to spring. This wasn't some civilian kid who just happened to look like the fourth Hokage. This was a trained fighter. What's a kid with your face doing consorting with the likes of Akatsuki? Jiraiya's voice dropped, becoming hard as steel. He must have sensed Itachi nearby, or maybe he was just making a logical leap. The name drop sent a jolt of alarm through Naruto. How did he know? Their cover was blown. The mission was compromised. We do not engage. Itachi's words echoed in his head. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto said, slowly backing away towards the alley. Don't play dumb with me. Jiraiya took a step forward, his immense chakra flaring to life. The pressure was staggering. I've been hunting them for years. What did they do to you? Did they kidnap you? Are they forcing you to work for them? This was getting out of hand. Fast. Naruto knew he couldn't beat this guy. Not in a straight fight. The man was a monster, a legend. But he couldn't just run. He couldn't show weakness. You don't know anything about me, Naruto said, his voice cold. Or about the Akatsuki. We're the ones who are going to bring true peace to this rotten world. He was spouting Nagato's doctrine, the words coming automatically, a shield against the old man's confusing, painful questions. Jiraiya looked like Naruto had just slapped him. Peace. By murdering, and stealing, and terrorizing innocent people. That's not peace, kid, that's madness. Whatever they've told you, it's a lie. That was it. That was the last straw. This man, this stranger, was calling his entire life, his purpose, a lie. Just like the daimyo had. A blind rage, hot and powerful, surged through Naruto. He felt that familiar, fiery red chakra begin to bubble up from the seal in his gut. You're the liar. Naruto roared, pulling out 3 of his explosive darts. You and the rest of the leaf. You're the ones who spread war and hatred. You're the reason the world needs to be saved from itself. He threw the darts. They screamed through the air, aimed not to kill, but to create space, to force Jiraiya back. Jiraiya reacted with impossible speed. Earth-style, mud wall. He slammed his palm on the ground, and a thick, dense wall of earth erupted, intercepting the darts. They detonated against the wall, blasting it with a vortex of wind that sent dirt and shrapnel flying everywhere. Kid, stop this. Jiraiya yelled through the dust. We don't have to fight. But Naruto wasn't listening. He was already weaving hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. He unleashed a gale-force blast of wind, tearing the dust cloud apart and sending a hurricane of force straight at Jiraiya. Jiraiya braced himself, his sandals digging into the ground. He was about to counter when a new voice, calm and cold, cut through the chaos. That is enough. A figure landed silently between them. He was wearing the black cloak with the red clouds. Itachi Uchiha. His Sharingan was spinning, its 3 tomo blazing. Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya breathed, his eyes wide with a different kind of shock now. The legendary clan killer. One of Akatsuki's most dangerous members. He had known he was close, but to see him appear like this. He immediately dropped into a low, defensive stance. The situation had just escalated from a confusing mystery to a full-blown S-rank crisis. Itachi didn't even look at Jiraiya. His gaze was fixed on Naruto. The mission is compromised. We are leaving. He knows who we are. Naruto protested, his body still thrumming with adrenaline and rage. We can't just let him go. Yes, Itachi said, his voice leaving no room for argument. We can. He turned his head slightly, his red eyes meeting Jiraiya's. Jiraiya of the Sannin. It is not your time to die. And we have no business with you today. Take this as a professional courtesy. Jiraiya tensed, ready for an attack. You think you can just walk away after showing me, him? He gestured towards Naruto. I have questions, Itachi. Questions that you will answer. I think not, Itachi said. And then he moved. He wasn't attacking. He was weaving a set of hand signs so fast they were a blur. Fire style, fireball jutsu. It wasn't one of his signature, world-ending techniques. It was a simple, classic Uchiha jutsu. But the scale of it was immense. A massive sphere of roaring flame erupted from his mouth, not aimed at Jiraiya, but at the ground between them. It kicked up a huge cloud of smoke, steam, and superheated air, completely obscuring everything. Itachi grabbed Naruto by the shoulder. Go. Now. He pushed him hard towards the alley. At the same time, his other hand flashed through a different set of signs. A flock of crows, made of pure chakra, burst from his cloak, adding to the confusion and flying in all directions. A classic misdirection jutsu. Naruto, his head still spinning, obeyed. He and Itachi sprinted through the alleyways, leaped onto the rooftops, and melted into the forest, moving at full speed. Behind them, they could hear Jiraiya shouting, but he wouldn't be able to track them through Itachi's diversions. Not quickly, anyway. They ran for a solid hour, putting miles of dense forest between them and the town before Itachi finally called a halt. They found shelter in a small, hidden cave behind a waterfall, the sound of the cascading water masking any noise and their presence. Naruto was pacing back and forth in the cramped space like a caged animal. His mind was a whirlwind of questions and anger. Why did we run? He finally burst out, spinning to face Itachi, who was leaning calmly against the cave wall. That was one of the legendary Sannin. Capturing him would have been a huge victory for Akatsuki. We could have taken him. No, Itachi said, his voice flat. We could not have. You are not ready to face him. I would have had to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. The cost would have been too high for a mission of this low priority. It was the logical choice to withdraw. He spoke like he was calculating a math problem. Logical? That guy knew me. Or he thought he did. He looked at my face and just broke. Who was he? How could he possibly know me? Naruto demanded, his voice cracking with frustration. Itachi was silent for a long moment, his dark eyes studying Naruto in the dim light of the cave. He did not know you, he said finally. He saw a ghost. The ghost of a man he once knew. A man who is long dead. What man? Who did I look like? Naruto pressed, stepping closer. Tell me, Itachi. His name was Minato Namikaze, Itachi said, the name dropping into the cave like a stone into a still pond. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Jiraiya's student. The fourth Hokage. The man who had sealed the Nine Tails. The man who had died to imprison the monster that now lived in Naruto's stomach. Naruto felt a cold chill run down his spine. He had seen pictures of the fourth in intelligence briefings. The carved face on the Hokage monument. The yellow, spiky hair. The determined jaw. He suddenly felt sick. He scrambled to the edge of the cave and looked at his reflection in a small pool of water. He saw the same spiky yellow hair. The same blue eyes. The same face shape. It was undeniable. He looked exactly like a younger version of the hero who had saved Konoha. No, Naruto whispered, his reflection staring back at him, a stranger's face. It's just a coincidence. There are no coincidences in our world, Itachi said, his voice soft but firm. So what are you saying? Naruto stood up, turning to face him, his fists clenched. That I'm related to him? That I'm from the leaf? Is that it? Is my whole life some kind of lie? The questions poured out of him, the dam of his carefully constructed reality finally breaking. I am saying, Itachi said, pushing himself off the wall and walking towards Naruto until they were only a few feet apart, that you should not concern yourself with a truth you are not ready for. Nagato has given you a truth. The truth of his pain, and his plan for peace. It is a powerful truth. But it is only one version of the story. He looked Naruto directly in the eyes, and his Sharingan seemed to draw him in, the tomo spinning slowly. That man, Jiraiya, he has his own truth. He believes the Akatsuki are evil, and that Konoha is just. The daimyo you fought had his truth, that he was a hero protecting his people. Everyone in this world is living inside their own truth, built from their own experiences and their own pain. They believe it to be absolute. They are almost always wrong. He paused, letting the words sink in. Do not blindly accept the truth you have been given, Naruto. But do not blindly accept the truth of a stranger, either. The truth is never that simple. It is a fractured, complicated thing. You must learn to see all the pieces before you can decide what is real. Question everything. Even me. Even Nagato. Naruto just stared at him, speechless. His mind was reeling. For his entire life, he had been given one, absolute truth. The Akatsuki were the saviors. The world was trapped in a cycle of hatred. Their plan was the only path to peace. It was the bedrock of his existence. And Itachi, one of the plan's most powerful enforcers, was telling him to question it. He was telling him that everything might be a lie. Or, worse, that everything might be true, all at once. We will report that we encountered a Sannin and were forced to retreat, Itachi said, his voice returning to its normal, detached tone. Our mission to gather intelligence was a success, but our position was compromised. It is a logical and acceptable report. What you do with what you learned today, that is your own choice. He turned and looked out at the waterfall, his back to Naruto. The conversation was over. Naruto sank to the floor of the cave, his legs suddenly weak. He buried his face in his hands. His head was throbbing. He had a face that belonged to a Konoha hero. A legendary shinobi from the Leaf had looked at him with grief and recognition. And Itachi, his silent, terrifying partner, had just cracked his entire world open and told him to look inside. The blood on the water in the land of rivers had been the first crack. This was an earthquake. He thought about the daimyo's son. He thought about the normal, laughing Konoha genin on the path. He thought about Jiraiya's anguished face. He thought about Nagato's promise of peace through pain. He thought about his own face, reflected in the water. Nothing fit. Nothing made sense anymore. He was Naruto of the Akatsuki. A weapon for peace. A magnificent destiny. That was his truth. But for the first time, as he sat in a dark cave listening to the roar of a waterfall, he had to wonder. Was it the real one? Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Weight of Nine Tails. The trip back to Amigakure was the longest journey of Naruto's life. It wasn't about the distance, it was about the silence. Itachi, never a chatterbox to begin with, seemed to have taken a vow of absolute muteness. He just moved, a black and red wraith gliding through the trees, his presence as quiet and heavy as a gravestone. Naruto followed, trapped in a soundproof bubble of his own thoughts. The forest, which had felt unnervingly quiet on the way out, now felt like it was screaming at him. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call, seemed to be whispering a single name, Minato Namikaze. He couldn't stop seeing the face. The fourth Hokage. The hero of the leaf. And it was his face. Every time he caught his reflection in a puddle or the back of a polished kunai, he didn't see Naruto of the Akatsuki anymore. He saw a ghost. Itachi's word. A ghost wearing his skin. He started actively avoiding looking at himself. The questions were a swarm of angry hornets in his skull. Who was this man? Why did he look exactly like him? What did Jiraiya mean? Did Sarutobi-sensei lie to me? What lie? And Itachi. Itachi knew. He knew something, maybe everything, and he had just dropped a bomb into the middle of Naruto's brain and walked away. Question everything. It was the worst piece of advice he'd ever gotten, because now he couldn't stop. When they finally passed through the invisible barrier of Pain's chakra-infused rain, the familiar feeling of being watched, of being home, felt different. It wasn't comforting. It felt like the bars of a cage sliding shut. The towering metal spires of Amigakure didn't look like a fortress anymore. They looked like a prison. His prison. They went their separate ways at the main entrance to the spire. No debrief, no parting words. Itachi just melted into one shadow-filled corridor, and Naruto trudged towards another, his boots echoing with a lonely, metallic clang. He ran into Deidara almost immediately. The blonde bomber was in the middle of the common area. Proudly showing off a new creation to a thoroughly unimpressed Sasori, who was tinkering with a puppet arm at the main table. Deidara's new art was a horrifying clay centipede the size of a python. See, Dana. Each segment is a separate C2 charge. It can crawl up a castle wall, and then boom. A whole body, sequential explosion. It's beautiful, yeah. Deidara proclaimed, his one visible eye wide with artistic fervor. It is an insect, Sasori's voice droned from his current puppet of choice, the third Kazekage. A vulgar, segmented insect. There is no elegance in it. Hey, Naruto. Deidara spotted him and grinned, waving him over. Come check this out. I was thinking we could use it on our next mission, What do you think? A masterpiece of infiltration and demolition, right? Normally, Naruto would have jumped right in, offering his own chaotic ideas, probably suggesting they add wind vortex properties to the explosions. But today, the words wouldn't come. He just looked at the clay monstrosity, then at Deidara's eager face, and all he could think was, do you know? Do you look at me and see the fourth Hokage? Do you know I'm supposed to die? It's fine, Naruto mumbled, walking past them without stopping. Deidara's grin faltered. Fine. Just fine. What's wrong with you, yeah? That old Uchiha bastard suck all the fun out of you on your little camping trip. Naruto just kept walking. He heard Deidara say something else, but it was drowned out by the buzzing in his own head. He felt Sasori's cold, pupilless gaze on his back, analyzing his unusual behavior. He didn't care. He needed to be alone. He got to his room and shut the door, leaning against the cold metal. He slid down to the floor, pulling his knees to his chest. He felt like a stranger in his own life. Everything he looked at, his Akatsuki cloak hanging on a hook, the explosive darts on his workbench, the paper butterfly Conan had left on his nightstand, it all felt like a lie. Props in a play where he was the only one who didn't know his role. He had to know. The uncertainty was eating him alive. He needed the real truth, not Itachi's riddles. He needed the source. He needed Nagato. But how could he just go and ask? Hey, Pain-sama, I met a guy who says I look like a dead Konoha hero you hate. What's up with that? It was a good way to get a chakra rod shoved through his heart. He didn't have to wait long. A few hours later, as the perpetual twilight of Amigakure deepened into its version of night, there was a soft rustle at his door. He looked up to see Konan standing there, her amber eyes unreadable. "Nagato wishes to see you," she said, her voice as calm and level as always. Naruto's blood ran cold. This was it. Itachi must have given him a full report. He was in for it now. For compromising the mission, for engaging with Jiraiya, for losing his cool. He stood up, his legs feeling like lead, and followed her without a word. She didn't lead him to the usual audience chamber where the Deva path held court. She led him up. Up past the common areas, past the living quarters, up through levels of the spire he had never been allowed to enter. The corridors here were darker, narrower, lined with thick cables and pipes that hummed with a sickly green energy. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and antiseptic. Finally, they arrived at a single, massive metal door. Konan placed her hand on a seal, which glowed for a moment before the door hissed open. She led him into the heart of the machine. Nagato's throne room. The chamber was just as he remembered it from years ago. A cold, dark cathedral of metal and suffering. In the center sat the grotesque walking throne, and hooked into it, like an insect trapped in a spider's web, was Nagato. He was even thinner than Naruto remembered, his skin a pale, almost translucent gray stretched over a skeleton. His vibrant red hair was a shocking splash of life in the otherwise dead room. His Rinnegan, the real ones, swiveled to fix on Naruto as he entered. The Deva path of pain stood motionless to the right of the throne, a perfect, healthy puppet that mocked the broken state of its master. "Naruto," Nagato's voice rasped from the machine, weak but carrying an undeniable weight. "Come closer." Naruto walked forward, his boots echoing in the cavernous room, and stopped a respectful distance away. He bowed his head. "You summoned me, Nagato-sama." "I did," Nagato confirmed. He coughed, a deep, rattling sound that seemed to shake his entire frail body. Konan was instantly at his side, wiping his mouth with a cloth, her expression a mixture of clinical concern and something deeper, something fiercely protective. "Itachi has given his report. You encountered Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto tensed, waiting for the reprimand. "It was an unforeseen complication," Nagato continued, waving a skeletal hand to dismiss Konan's fussing. "Your decision to withdraw was correct. Itachi's judgment in the field is absolute." Naruto blinked, surprised. Relief washed over him, quickly followed by suspicion. This wasn't a punishment. This was something else. "You have grown strong, Naruto," Nagato said, his Rinnegan studying him with an unnerving intensity. "Your training is, for all intents and purposes, complete. You have mastered the basics of ninjutsu, your control is exceptional for one of your condition, and your performance in the land of rivers, despite your hesitation, showed a capacity for great destructive power. You are ready." "Ready for what?" Naruto asked, his voice wary. "Ready for the truth," Nagato said, and a faint, grim smile touched his lips. "The real truth. Not the half-measures and philosophies I have given you before. You are no longer a child. You are a soldier in the most important war ever to be fought. It is time you understood the full scope of our battlefield." He gestured to the wall behind him. A complex diagram, drawn in glowing chakra lines, appeared on the metal surface. At the center was the Geto Mazo statue. 9 lines snaked out from it, each ending in a stylized image of a bijou. The 1 tails, the 2 tails, all the way to the 9 tails, which was depicted as a monstrous, snarling fox. "I have told you that we will use the bijou to create a weapon," Nagato began, his voice gaining a strange, feverish strength. "That was a simplified version of the plan, for a mind not yet ready to grasp the scale of our salvation. The weapon is not the true end. It is merely a means. A tool to help us gather the bijou. The true goal is peace." Not a temporary peace held in place by fear, but a perfect, eternal peace. Naruto stared at the diagram, his heart beginning to beat faster. This was it. He was finally being let into the inner circle. These beasts, Nagato gestured to the images, are not mere chakra monsters. They are fragments. Pieces of a single, divine entity. The Ten Tails. A creature of unimaginable power, a god that shaped the very land we stand on. Long ago, the first shinobi, the sage of 6 paths, defeated this creature and sealed its power within himself. But he knew its power was too great for any one person to hold. On his deathbed, he split its chakra into the 9 bijou and scattered them across the world, hoping to dilute its power forever. He was a great man. And like all great men, he was a fool. Nagato's voice dripped with a mix of reverence and contempt. He left the world with 9 weapons of mass destruction and a species, humanity, that was guaranteed to fight over them. He didn't end the cycle of hatred, he gave it fuel. We will correct his mistake. We will do what he did not have the will to do. We will reunite the 9 pieces. We will resurrect the 10 tails. A cold dread was starting to seep into Naruto's bones. Why? To create an even bigger weapon? No, Nagato rasped. To become the sage once more. One of us will seal the 10 tails into themselves, becoming its Jinchuriki, a being with power bordering on godhood. And with that power. He paused, his Rinnegan glowing with a fanatic's light. We will cast a single, ultimate genjutsu. An eternal illusion that will cover the entire world. The infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto's mind reeled. An eternal, worldwide genjutsu. Imagine it, Naruto, Nagato's voice was hypnotic, drawing him in. A world with no war, no hatred, no pain. A world where every single living person is trapped in a dream of their own perfect reality. A world where the dead are alive again. A world where every wish is granted. Yahiko would be alive, he whispered, a deep, profound pain in his voice. My family. Conan's family, they would be alive. Everyone would be happy. Everyone would be at peace. A perfect, unending dream. That is our salvation. The Eye of the Moon plan. It was insane. It was horrifying. But a part of Naruto, the part that still remembered the daimyo's screaming son, the part that was sick of the killing and the pain, couldn't help but think, a world where everyone is happy. It was a seductive, terrifying thought. But, it wouldn't be real, Naruto said, the words catching in his throat. It would be a lie. A cage. He was unknowingly echoing Itachi's word. Reality is pain. Nagato snarled, his weak body tensing. Reality is watching your parents be murdered by Konoha shinobi in front of your eyes. Reality is starving on the streets of a war-torn country. Reality is watching your best friend die in your arms because you were too weak to save him. This world, this reality, is hell. I am not creating a cage. I am offering everyone a key to heaven. A forced salvation, because mankind is too stupid and hateful to find the door on its own. He was breathing heavily, the effort of his speech costing him dearly. Conan put a steadying hand on his shoulder. I understand, Naruto said, his mind struggling to keep up. So, my role. The 9 tails. It's the last piece you need, right? Because it's the strongest. It is, Nagato confirmed, his breathing evening out. The Gedo Mazo is the vessel. We have already sealed several of the other bijou within it. Once we have all 9, the 10 tails can be reborn. Your part in this is the most crucial of all. You, Naruto, are the cornerstone of this new world. Your purpose, the destiny I have given you, is to be its final sacrifice. The word hung in the air, cold and sharp as a blade. Sacrifice. Naruto felt the floor drop out from under him. What do you mean, sacrifice? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Nagato looked at him, his expression devoid of pity. It was the look of a general explaining acceptable losses. The process of extracting a bijou from its jinchuriki is fatal. It has to be done. To resurrect the 10 tails, the 9 tails chakra must be removed from your body and sealed into the statue. Your death is a necessary, unavoidable component of the plan. The silence in the room was absolute. Naruto felt like he'd been submerged in ice water. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The words just echoed in his head. Your death is necessary. Fatal. Sacrifice. He looked at Nagato, the man who had been his god, his teacher, his Otosan. He looked at Konan, the woman who had fed him, clothed him, protected him, his Kaa-san. He looked at the perfect, powerful form of the Deva path, the father figure he had tried so hard to emulate. Every lesson. Every training session. Every word of praise. Every moment of what he had mistaken for care, for family, it was all a lie. They weren't raising a son. They weren't training a soldier. They were fattening a pig for slaughter. The world tilted on its axis. The cold dread in his stomach turned into a white-hot, volcanic rage. The grief and confusion from his encounter with Jiraiya, the doubt from the Land of Rivers mission, it all coalesced into a single, terrifying point of clarity. You've been lying to me, he said, his voice dangerously low. My whole life. It was not a lie, Nagato said, his voice cold. It was the truth, given to you in stages you could comprehend. I told you that you had a magnificent destiny. What could be more magnificent than this? Your single, short life, given in exchange for the eternal happiness of all mankind. It is an honor beyond measure. An honor? Naruto roared, the sound ripping from his throat. He took a step forward, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. You call raising me to be your sacrificial lamb an honor? You stole me from my home, you filled my head with your philosophy of pain, and the whole time, the whole goddamn time, you were just waiting to kill me. Control yourself, the Deva Path's voice boomed, taking a step forward. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. But Naruto was beyond fear. He was in a whole new territory of betrayal. He turned his furious, tear-filled eyes on Konan. And you? Did you know? All those times you patched up my cuts, all those times you made me food, were you just making sure that a vessel didn't break before it was time? Konan flinched. It was the first genuine, unguarded emotion he had ever seen on her face. Her lips parted, but no words came out. She just looked at him, and in her amber eyes, he saw a universe of pain and conflict. Her silence was his answer. It was worse than any confession. That broke him. The last, tiny ember of hope that this was some horrible mistake, that she at least cared, was extinguished. He felt something inside him shatter into a million pieces. My whole life, he whispered, a bitter, broken laugh escaping his lips. My whole life has been one big, fat joke. He looked up at Nagato, pure, undiluted hatred in his blue eyes. You talk about the cycle of hatred. You talk about how pain creates monsters. Well, congratulations, Nagato. You just made a new one. The air around Naruto began to shimmer. A suffocating, malevolent chakra, thick and red as blood, began to leak from his body, forming a shimmering aura around him. The pipes on the walls began to groan under the pressure. The very metal of the floor seemed to cry out. He wasn't consciously calling on it. It was a raw, instinctual eruption of rage and betrayal. The Nine Tails was responding to his pain. I see, Nagato said, his expression hardening as he watched the demonic chakra boil off Naruto. The beast within you is strong. But you are still just a child. You think this is a betrayal? This is a gift. The life you would have had, do you think it would have been better? You would have been a pariah in your own village. Hated and feared by everyone for the monster you carry. I gave you a home. I gave you comrades. I gave you a purpose. You gave me a death sentence. Naruto screamed, and the red chakra exploded outwards. A single, shimmering tail of pure energy erupted from his lower back, whipping through the air and smashing into the floor, leaving a deep, sizzling gouge in the metal. The Deva path moved, its hand outstretched. Shinra Tensei. An invisible, irresistible force slammed into Naruto. It wasn't like a punch. It was like reality itself had decided to reject him. He was blasted off his feet and sent flying backwards, slamming into the far wall of the chamber with a sickening crunch. The red chakra flickered and died, and he slumped to the floor, the air driven from his lungs, his body screaming in protest. He lay there, gasping for breath, every inch of him aching. The world was a blurry mess. He could barely make out Nagato's form in his machine. You feel betrayed now, Nagato's raspy voice echoed in the silent room. That is your pain. Let it teach you. In time, you will come to understand the necessity of your role. You will accept your glorious purpose. Until then, you will continue your duties as a member of Akatsuki. You are a tool, Naruto. A vital one. And you will be used for the good of the world. Whether you wish it or not. He looked at Konan, who was standing frozen, her face a pale, horrified mask. Take him to his room. See that he understands. Naruto felt himself being lifted. Konan's arms were gentle, but they felt like steel bands. He didn't have the strength to fight back. She half carried, half dragged him from the chamber of horrors, leaving him alone with the crushing weight of the truth. She got him back to his room and laid him on his bed. He just stared up at the cold, metal ceiling, his body numb, his mind a wasteland. Konan stood over him for a long moment. He could feel her looking at him. Naruto. She began, her voice barely a whisper. It was the first time she had sounded uncertain. Get out, he said, his own voice flat and dead. Listen to me, I said, get out, he roared, finding a last reserve of strength and sitting up, his eyes blazing with a pain so deep it was terrifying. Go back to your god. I hope your perfect dream world is worth it. Konan recoiled as if he had physically struck her. Her face crumpled for a fraction of a second, a look of utter devastation, before the mask of calm slammed back into place. She turned without another word and left, the door hissing shut behind her, leaving him in absolute silence. He sat there for hours, not moving. The world he had known for 13 years had been a carefully constructed lie, and it had been ripped away, leaving him naked and alone in the rubble. His family wasn't his family. His home wasn't his home. His purpose wasn't his purpose. It was all a prelude to his own execution. A cold, hard knot began to form in his chest, a feeling he had never experienced before. It was a chilling, absolute certainty. He wasn't going to die for their plan. He wasn't going to be their sacrifice. He wasn't their tool. He would play along. He would smile and nod and do his missions. He would be the perfect soldier they had raised him to be. But every moment, every second, he would be looking for a way out. He would be looking for a way to survive. He finally stood up and walked over to the small, polished metal mirror on his wall. He forced himself to look. He saw the spiky yellow hair. The brilliant blue eyes. The whisker marks on his cheeks. The face of the fourth Hokage. The face of his cage. But for the first time, he also saw something else in his own eyes. The naive, energetic kid who wanted to please his family was gone. In his place was something cold, something watchful, something that had learned the ultimate lesson of the Akatsuki not from their words, but from their actions. The only person you can ever truly trust is yourself. He went to the door and opened it. He needed to find Itachi. The Uchiha had been the first to show him the cracks in the wall. Now that the whole damn thing had come crashing down, he needed to know if the man who told him to question everything had any answers. Or if he, too, was just another part of the lie. The hunt for his own truth had just begun. And it was going to be a bloody one. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Unraveling of Ideals. The days that followed were a masterclass in deception. Naruto learned to smile again. It was a thin, sharp thing, a blade he wielded to keep everyone at a distance. He trained with the same ferocious intensity as before, but the desperate need for approval was gone, replaced by a cold, methodical drive for power. Power was survival. That was the only truth left. He ate with the others, listened to Haydn's blasphemous tirades and Deidara's artistic manifestos, and he played his part. He was the prodigy, the vessel, the loyal soldier. And every single person who looked at him bought it. They saw what they wanted to see, the successful result of their project. They had no idea the project had just declared sentient thought and was now actively plotting to burn the whole laboratory to the ground. He became an observer. He watched them all, re-evaluating every member of his monstrous family through the new, brutal lens of the truth. Kisame, with his savage grin and love for a good fight, was probably the simplest. He was loyal to the organization because it let him be the monster he was, without judgment. Deidara was a fanatic, loyal not to Nagato, but to his own twisted concept of art. Destruction was his god, and Akatsuki gave him the biggest canvas in the world. Sasori was an artist of a different sort, a man so detached from his own humanity he had literally replaced it with wood and wires. He craved permanence, and the Akatsuki's grand plan was the ultimate permanent solution. Kakuzu loved money. Haydn loved his god. Zetsu was just a plant, an enigma loyal only to the shadows. And Itachi was the question mark. The man who'd lit the fuse and now watched from a distance to see how big the explosion would be. He found the Uchiha in one of the spire's designated training halls, a vast, empty room of black stone. Itachi was standing perfectly still in the center, not training, just being. Naruto walked in, the heavy door sliding shut behind him, sealing them in together. "They told me everything," Naruto said, his voice flat. There was no need for pleasantries. Itachi didn't turn. "I surmised they would, after your encounter with Jiraiya. Your existence was no longer a secret that could be contained." The Eye of the Moon plan, Naruto spat the words, tasting poison. "A worldwide genjutsu. And my death is the key to the ignition. You knew this. You knew this the whole time. It wasn't a question." "Yes," Itachi said simply. The calm admission was more infuriating than a denial would have been. "So why?" Naruto demanded, taking a step closer. "Why tell me to question everything? Why show me the cracks in the wall if you're just another one of the guys waiting to tear the whole thing down on top of my head? What's your angle, Itachi?" Finally, Itachi turned. His Sharingan wasn't active, leaving his eyes a placid, bottomless black. "Everyone has their own role to play, Naruto. My reasons are my own. I did not tell you to question them for my benefit. I did it for yours. A tool that does not know it is a tool can be used without resistance. A tool that knows, can choose the moment it will break." Naruto stared at him, the words sinking in. Itachi wasn't offering him a way out. He wasn't offering him an alliance. He was offering him a chance. A chance to be more than a lamb walking to the slaughter. He was giving him the dignity of a choice, even if that choice was just when and how he was going to die. It was a bleak, terrifying kind of freedom. "And Nagato believes you are loyal?" Naruto asked, 100 different calculations running through his head. "Nagato believes everyone who serves his purpose is loyal," Itachi replied, a hint of something unreadable in his tone. "It is both his greatest strength and his most exploitable weakness. He sees the world as a chessboard, and we are all his pieces, moving according to his grand strategy. He cannot conceive that a piece might decide to move on its own." He turned his back again. "You should go. We have been seen together enough. Suspicion is a weed that grows best in the dark. Naruto stood there for another moment, then turned and left. He didn't have an ally. Not really. But he had a confirmation. The game was real. And at least one other player knew the rules were meant to be broken. The summons came 2 weeks later. The ghostly, blue projections of the Akatsuki members coalesced once more on the giant stone fingers of the Geto Mazo. Naruto took his place, his face a mask of disciplined neutrality. He could feel Itachi's projection watching him, a silent, assessing presence. Pain's projected form stood on the highest finger, his Rinnegan sweeping over them. The intelligence from Tsunegakure is confirmed. Their Kazekage, Gaara of the desert, is the Jinchuriki of the One-Tails, Shikaku. The time has come to retrieve him. A murmur of interest went through the assembled specters. The first major Jinchuriki hunt. The real start of the plan. The sand is a formidable opponent, Kakuzu's voice grumbled. Their village is a natural fortress. A direct assault will be costly in terms of resources and time. There will be no direct assault, Pain stated. This will be a surgical extraction. We require a team that combines aerial superiority, tactical infiltration, and overwhelming offensive power. His gaze fell on a specific trio. Deidara. Sasori. Your skills are best suited for this environment. Heh, yeah. Deidara's projection practically vibrated with excitement. Leave it to me. I'll show that dusty village what true art looks like. It will be my greatest performance, Tsunegakure is my former home, Sasori's puppet form said, its voice flat and emotionless. I know its weaknesses. This will be a simple matter. I will add the Kazekage to my collection. Your third will be Naruto, Pain announced, his voice echoing with finality. Naruto didn't react. He had expected this. He was the new guy, the one they were testing. And he was powerful. It was the logical choice. But it was also a test of his loyalty after his hesitation and his encounter with Jiraiya. They were watching him. You will proceed to Tsunegakure at once, Pain commanded. Deidara, you will handle the Kazekage directly. Your flight gives you an advantage over his ground-based techniques. Sasori, you will provide support and deal with any interference. Naruto, you will be our infiltrator. You will breach the village's perimeter during the initial assault and disable their command structure from within. Create chaos. Prevent them from mounting an organized defense. Is that clear? Crystal, yeah. Deidara cheered. Sasori just gave a slight, silent nod. Naruto looked up. At Pain's projected face. It will be done, Pain-sama, he said, his voice perfectly level, betraying nothing of the maelstrom raging inside him. He had his orders. Create chaos. Oh, he would create chaos, all right. Just not the kind they were expecting. The journey to the land of wind was a long, oppressive crawl across the map. Deidara, true to form, had them ride on one of his giant clay birds, a sluggish, owl-like creature that soared high above the clouds. The humid air of the rain country slowly gave way to the arid, baked heat of the desert lands. The world below transformed from a lush, damp green to an endless ocean of pale, shifting sand. Naruto sat at the back of the bird, his hood up against the relentless sun, saying nothing. He spent the time meditating, focusing his chakra, and thinking. This Gaara. The Kazekage. The One-Tails Jinchuriki. He was a Kage, the leader of his entire village. He had power, respect, authority. He was everything Naruto was not. But they were the same, weren't they? Two sides of the same cursed coin. Both of them were vessels, monsters in human skin. Naruto wondered what Gaara's cage looked like. Was it a gilded one, full of responsibility and fake reverence? Or was it just as cold and lonely as Naruto's metal tower? You're awfully quiet, yeah, Deidara said, turning his head to look back at him. They were flying over a massive canyon, the wind whistling around them. Still brooding over whatever Itachi did to you? You gotta learn to appreciate the scenery more, Imagine this whole canyon, filled with my C4 Karura. One giant, beautiful, microscopic implosion. Art on a cellular level. Destruction is not appreciation, Sasori's voice crackled from the communication seal on Naruto's cloak. He was traveling on the ground below, his puppet form scuttling across the sand with an unnatural speed, a tiny speck in the vastness. You are a child with a new toy, Deidara. Nothing more. What did you say, Dana? Deidara shrieked, spinning around and nearly unbalancing the bird. My art is the pinnacle of aesthetic expression. It's about the beauty of a single, perfect moment. Something your dusty old puppets could never understand. My puppets are eternal, Sasori droned. Your fireworks are forgotten a second after they fade. Naruto listened to their endless, circular argument with a new perspective. Fleeting versus eternal. He was supposed to be fleeting. A momentary sacrifice for Nagato's eternal dream. He looked out over the endless desert. It was vast, empty, and strangely beautiful. He thought about his own life. 13 years, lived in a cold, dark tower, all for a purpose that wasn't his. Was he just going to be a firework? A flash of light and then, nothing? Maybe, Naruto said, his voice quiet but cutting through their argument, true art is just, living. Enduring. Like this desert. It's always here. It changes shape, but it's never gone. Deidara and Sasori both fell silent. It was a strange, philosophical thought coming from the kid they considered a living weapon. Humph. The brat is getting sentimental, Sasori's voice finally grumbled, but there was a hint of something else in it. Not approval, but perhaps, consideration. Deidara just looked at Naruto, his one eye narrowed. Living isn't an explosion, yeah. It's boring. But I guess a long fuse can lead to a bigger bang, He turned back to the front, and they flew the rest of the way in silence. They arrived at the outskirts of Sunagakure at dusk. The village was a breathtaking sight. It was nestled inside a massive, natural rock formation, like a jewel in a stone claw. The only entrance was a single, narrow fissure in the rock, heavily guarded. The buildings were round, bulbous structures made of adobe and clay, blending in perfectly with the surrounding cliffs. It looked less like a village and more like a geological anomaly. It was a fortress. All right, here's the plan, Deidara said, landing the bird behind a large rock outcropping a few miles from the village. I'll make my grand entrance from the sky. The Kazekage is bound to come out and play. He's got a big ego, yeah. While all eyes are on me, he pointed at Naruto, get inside. Pain-sama wants you to take out their command structure. Find their communications hub, their Jonin commander, whatever. Cut the head off the snake so the body doesn't know how to wiggle. And what will you be doing, Dana? Deidara called out to the empty air. I am already in position, Sasori's voice replied, seeming to come from the wind itself. There is a network of old, forgotten tunnels beneath the village. A relic from my time there. I will use them to bypass the main gate and provide a permanent solution for their border patrols. Good. Naruto, you're on your own once you're inside, Deidara said, a sadistic grin on his face. Try not to get killed before the fun part starts, Naruto just nodded, his face grim. He pulled his hood up and melted into the growing shadows. The first part of his sabotage was agreeing to their plan. Let them think he was the loyal little soldier. Let them think he was playing his part. He moved with a silent, practiced ease, his feet barely disturbing the sand. He circled around the village, using the cliffs as cover. He could feel the chakra of the Suna patrols, their signatures like little lights in the darkness. He watched as, one by one, those lights flickered and went out. Sasori was at work. Efficient. Ruthless. He found what he was looking for, a small, almost invisible crack in the outer wall, likely used for drainage. It was too small for a normal person to fit through, but Zetsu had taught him how to listen to the earth. He knew this was a weak point. He formed a Rasengan, but instead of slamming it into the rock, he pressed it gently against the surface, using its rotational power to grind the rock into fine sand, widening the hole without a sound. He slipped through, and he was inside Sunagakure. The village was quiet. The streets were mostly empty as people settled in for the night. Naruto stuck to the rooftops, a ghost in the twilight. His objective was the central command tower, but he had his own mission. He needed to see him. He needed to see Gaara. He needed to understand the person he was about to defy his entire world for. He found him easily. The Kazekage's office was the highest point in the village, a large, circular room with a massive open-air balcony. And there he was. Gaara of the desert. He was smaller than Naruto had expected, with fiery red hair and dark, haunted eyes rimmed with black. He wore the formal robes and hat of the Kazekage, but they looked too big for him, like a child playing dress-up. He was standing on the balcony, his back to the village, staring out at the desert. He was completely alone. Naruto crouched on a rooftop across the way, hidden in the shadow of a large water tower, and just watched. He could feel it. The oppressive, lonely chakra emanating from the boy. It was a tangible thing, a heavy blanket of sadness and isolation. He could also feel the other presence inside him, the wild, hateful, screeching energy of the one-tailed Shikaku. It was a constant, angry buzz, and it felt so much like the simmering rage of the nine tails in his own gut. He saw two figures approach Gaara on the balcony. A blonde woman and a man with purple face paint. Kankuro and Temari. Gaara's siblings. They tried to speak to him, but he didn't even turn around. He just gave short, clipped answers, his voice devoid of emotion. They stood there for a moment, an awkward, painful distance between them, before they finally gave up and left, their own chakra signatures tinged with frustration and sorrow. Gaara remained on the balcony, a solitary statue. He wasn't a leader. He was a prisoner. A prisoner on a throne. The village respected him, maybe even feared him, but they didn't love him. No one got close. The monster inside wouldn't let them. In that moment, Naruto didn't see the Kazekage. He didn't see the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. He saw himself. He saw a boy who had been told he had a magnificent destiny, but whose destiny was just a prettier word for a cage. A boy surrounded by powerful people who called themselves his family, but who would never, ever truly love him. They were the same. The only difference was that Gaara's cage was a village, and Naruto's was a plan. I'm not going to let them take you, Naruto thought, a fierce, protective resolve solidifying in his chest. I'm not going to let them do to you what they're going to do to me. Suddenly, a massive clay bird swooped out of the night sky. Found you, yeah. Deidara's voice echoed through the quiet village. Gaara turned, his expression of lonely melancholy instantly replaced by a cold, killer's mask. Sand erupted from the gourd on his back, forming a protective shield around him. The fight was on. This was Naruto's cue. He was supposed to attack the command center. Instead, he took off in the opposite direction. He created a dozen shadow clones and sent them scattering throughout the village. Their orders were simple, cause a commotion, but don't hurt anyone. They were to evacuate civilians, lead patrols on wild goose chases, and generally just be a nuisance. The real Naruto headed for the base of the Kazekage's tower. He could hear the explosions from above as Deidara and Gaara's battle began in earnest. He ignored it. He had a different role to play. He wasn't the headlopper. He was the saboteur. He found the main power conduit for the tower, a thick bundle of chakra-laced cables. A few well-placed explosive tags, his special wind vortex variant, and the entire tower went dark. Alarms started blaring. Perfect. More chaos. He raced back to the rooftops, his eyes on the aerial battle. Deidara was a master, sending a swarm of C1 birds at Gaara, who effortlessly blocked them with waves of sand. It was a beautiful, deadly dance. Gaara's defense seemed impenetrable. But Naruto knew Deidara. He was just playing. He was an artist setting his stage. The real attack would be coming soon. And it did. Deidara dropped a single, larger shape into the village below. AC-3 bomb. His most powerful, wide-range explosive. It wasn't aimed at Gaara. It was aimed at the village itself. A monstrously cruel tactic, forced the Kazekage to choose between defending himself and defending his people. Gaara didn't hesitate. He sent a massive wave of sand, a tsunami of grit and chakra, to cover the village, forming a huge, protective dome. It was an incredible display of power and control. But it left him exposed. It was exactly what Deidara had wanted. Naruto saw it happen. He saw Deidara mix a new piece of clay, a small, insidious little thing, into the sand that was still swirling around Gaara. The sand Gaara used for his own personal defense. The ultimate betrayal of his own power. Now. This was the moment. Naruto knew what he had to do. He couldn't stop the capture. Deidara was too powerful, and Gaara was exhausted. But he could interfere. He could make it cost them. He could unravel their perfect, surgical plan. He pumped a massive amount of chakra into his legs and launched himself into the air, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, getting closer to the battle. He wove a single-hand sign. Wind style, great breakthrough. It wasn't a small gust. He poured nearly a third of his reserves into it, creating a focused hurricane of wind that shot upwards. It wasn't aimed at Deidara. It was aimed at the sand. His wind tore into Gaara's already strained sand shield, not to break it, but to create turbulence, to disrupt the flow of Deidara's explosive clay that was now mixed into it. Deidara, who had been about to detonate his trap, was caught completely by surprise. The sudden vortex of wind threw his timing off. The sand around Gaara churned violently. Katsu! Deidara roared. The explosion happened, but it wasn't the clean, internal blast he'd intended. Naruto's wind had scattered the explosive clay. Part of it detonated as planned, blasting away Gaara's sand armor and knocking him unconscious. But the rest of it was blown outwards, away from Gaara, in a chaotic, uncontrolled blast. Deidara himself was caught in the shockwave, his clay bird taking a serious hit. What the hell was that, Deidara screamed, struggling to control his damaged bird. He looked down, assuming it was some last-ditch effort from the Kazekage. But Gaara was already falling, unconscious. Deidara swooped down, his bird's tail snagging Gaara's body before he could hit the ground. He had his prize. But it was messy. It wasn't the elegant, artistic victory he had planned. He was furious. Naruto landed on a rooftop below, breathing heavily. He had done it. He had interfered. He hadn't saved Gaara, but he had thrown a wrench in the works. Now came the hard part. He raced through the village, following the planned exfiltration route to the rendezvous point in the desert. He arrived to find Sasori already there, standing beside his Hirako puppet. A moment later, Deidara's battered clay bird landed with a thud, and he hopped off, dropping Gaara's unconscious body onto the sand. That was way harder than it needed to be, Deidara grumbled, kicking the sand in frustration. The kid's got some crazy wind jutsu I've never seen before. Nearly took me out, yeah. Naruto stood silently, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood. Sasori didn't look at Deidara. His cold, puppet eyes fixed on Naruto. The Kazekage does not use wind jutsu, he said, his voice a low, dangerous drone. His absolute defense is a manipulation of sand. Nothing more. Deidara froze. He slowly turned his head, his single eye widening as the pieces clicked into place. The unexpected wind vortex. The uncontrolled explosion. The fact that Naruto was supposed to be on the other side of the village, creating chaos. He turned fully towards Naruto, his face a mask of dawning fury and betrayal. You. He whispered, his voice trembling with rage. That was you. You were on the rooftops. I saw a figure. That was your jutsu. You interfered with my art. You betrayed me. The mask was off. There was no point in hiding anymore. Naruto looked up, his blue eyes hard as ice. He's a Jinchuriki, Naruto said, his voice cold and clear. Just like me. He's not just a tool for you to collect. He's not just a prop for your art. A tool is exactly what he is. Sasori snapped, his usual monotone gone, replaced with a sharp, angry edge. It is what you are. Your sentimentality is a flaw. A fatal one. You have compromised the mission and betrayed the organization. You will be eliminated. Hiriko's tail shot forward, the poison tip aimed straight for Naruto's heart. Naruto was ready. He threw a smoke bomb at his feet. The moment it detonated, he created 24 shadow clones. They scattered, flooding the area with targets. The real Naruto shot backwards, a Rasengan already forming in his hand. You don't get it. Naruto yelled through the chaos, his voice filled with a year's worth of repressed rage and betrayal. I'm not going to be your sacrifice. And I'm not going to watch you drag him off to his death either. You foolish little brat. Deidara screamed, leaping onto his bird, which was struggling to take flight. I'm going to turn you into the most beautiful, fleeting smear on the desert floor. He began dropping C1 spiders, which scurried towards Naruto's clones. The battle erupted. It was a desperate, hopeless fight, and Naruto knew it. He was outnumbered and outgunned. But he wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to make a statement. He was fighting for the boy lying unconscious on the sand. He was fighting for himself. His clones engaged Hiriko, a chaotic swarm of orange and black against the lumbering puppet. They were destroyed by the dozens by poison senbon and extending blades, but they served their purpose, they kept Sasori busy. The real Naruto focused on Deidara. He knew he couldn't win an aerial battle. He had to bring the artist down to his level. He dodged the explosive spiders and threw his wind darts, not at Deidara, but at the wings of his already damaged bird. The darts shredded the clay, and with a pained screech, the bird finally gave out, crashing to the ground. Deidara was thrown clear, landing in a crouch, his face livid. You'll pay for that, yeah. Come and make me. Naruto roared back. Just as they were about to charge each other, a new group of figures appeared on the ridge of a nearby sand dune. A squad of Suna shinobi, led by the man with the purple face paint. Kankuro. There they are. Kankuro yelled, pointing. And they have Gaara. Sasori turned his puppet's head. An annoyance. He detached Hiriko's left arm, which spun through the air like a torpedo, spraying poison gas. The Suna shinobi scattered, coughing. Kankuro, however, pulled a scroll from his back. You'll deal with me, you bastard. Crow. Black Ant. Two of his own combat puppets sprang to life, charging Sasori. The chaos was his only chance. With Sasori engaged and Deidara momentarily distracted, Naruto saw his opening. Not to save Gaara. It was too late for that. But to escape. To live. To fight another day. He made a final, desperate choice. He created one last shadow clone and sent it charging at Deidara, a Rasengan blazing in its hand. The clone screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure defiance. At the same time, the real Naruto turned and ran, sprinting into the dark desert, away from the fight, away from the Akatsuki, away from the only life he had ever known. Deidara blasted the clone with a point-blank explosion, turning it into a puff of smoke. When the dust settled, he saw the real Naruto was gone. "The coward is running," he screamed in frustration. "Let him go," Sasori's voice droned, as he effortlessly dismantled one of Kankuro's puppets with a flick of the third Kazekage's iron sand. "He is a rogue agent now. Pain will deal with him. Our objective is the One-Tails." He gestured to Gaara's body. Deidara, seething, scooped up the unconscious Kazekage. With the Suna shinobi momentarily pinned down by Sasori's overwhelming power, they made their escape, disappearing into the night. Miles away, Naruto didn't stop running. He just ran, his lungs burning, his body screaming in protest, adrenaline and grief warring within him. He had failed. He hadn't saved Gaara. But he had chosen. He had drawn a line in the sand, both literally and figuratively. He was no longer Naruto of the Akatsuki. He was a traitor. A rogue. Hunted by the most dangerous organization on the planet. And for the first time in his life, despite the terror, despite the loneliness, he felt something else. He felt free. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The God and the Demon. Running was easy. Naruto was good at running. He'd spent his entire childhood running drills for Kisame, running from Deidara's explosions, running errands for Konan. Now, he was running for his life, and the endless, whispering sands of the land of wind were his racetrack. The adrenaline from the fight, from the betrayal, from the sheer, terrifying act of defiance, had burned through him, leaving him hollowed out and aching. He ran until his lungs felt like they were full of broken glass and his legs were screaming stumps. He finally collapsed behind a towering rock formation as the first hints of dawn painted the eastern sky a bruised purple. He lay there, panting, the coarse sand sticking to his sweat-soaked skin. He had done it. He had actually done it. He had defied them. He had sabotaged the mission and attacked two of the Akatsuki's strongest members. He was a dead man. A rogue. A traitor. The words should have been terrifying, but as he stared up at the vast, empty sky, they felt like a release. Like chains snapping. He had made a choice. For the first time in his life, a real choice, one that wasn't dictated by Nagato's philosophy or Konan's quiet expectations. It was his. And it was terrifyingly, exhilaratingly his own. He thought of Gaara. The kid with the sad, empty eyes. He was probably on his way to the ghetto Mazo right now. On his way to die. Naruto hadn't saved him. He had just made a scene. He had just bought himself a head start on his own death sentence. Was that all his grand defiance amounted to? A noisy, pointless gesture before the inevitable? No. He sat up, the sand sliding off his cloak. He couldn't accept that. If his life was going to be short, it was damn well going to be loud. He wasn't going to die in a ditch in the desert, hunted down by Zetsu or cut down by Kakuzu for the bounty on his head. That wasn't an ending. That was just, stopping. Where could he go? Konoha. The idea was laughable. He'd walk into the village with the face of their greatest hero and the cloak of their most hated enemies. They'd probably crucify him before he could even say hello. Jiraiya might listen, but how would he ever find the crazy old man? And what would he say? "Hey, I'm the kid you thought was a ghost, I was raised by the terrorists you're hunting, but I've had a change of heart." They'd lock him in a box so deep he'd forget what the sun looked like. No other village would take him. He was a weapon, and he belonged to the Akatsuki. His only value to them was as a Jinchuriki. A resource. He was a walking, talking bijou bomb with a death warrant signed by every major nation on the continent. There was nowhere to run to. The entire world was a cage. He could run from one set of bars to another, but he'd never be free. The realization hit him not with despair, but with a sudden, chilling clarity. Itachi's words echoed in his head. A tool that knows, can choose the moment it will break. He wasn't going to just break. He was going to shatter. If you can't run away from the storm, you run back into its eye. He wasn't going to run from Nagato. He was going to go back and face him. It was insane. It was suicide. The 6 paths of pain were a force of nature. He'd seen the Deva path level a city block with a wave of his hand. He stood no chance. But it wasn't about winning. It was about confrontation. He was going to stand in front of the man who had stolen his life and show him what he had created. He wasn't a tool. He wasn't a sacrifice. He was Naruto. And he was going to make damn sure Nagato knew his name before the end. And then there was Konan. Her face when he'd accused her. That flicker of pure, undiluted pain. She knew the whole time, and it had been eating her alive. She was trapped, just like him. Trapped by her love for Nagato, her loyalty to Yahiko's memory, her belief in their broken dream. Maybe he couldn't save himself. But maybe he could show her a different cage. A different choice. It was a stupid, childish hope, the last flickering ember of the boy who had once called her Kaa-san. But it was enough. He stood up, his body protesting with a chorus of aches and pains. He ignored it. He turned his back on the rising sun and the vast, empty desert. He looked north, back towards the rain and the cold, metal towers of home. He was going back to Amigakure. He was going home to declare war. The journey back was a blur of grim determination. He moved at a punishing pace, living off the land, stealing food from isolated farmhouses, and sleeping in short, restless bursts in hidden caves and dense thickets. He knew they would be hunting him. Sasori and Deidara would have reported his betrayal by now. Zetsu would be searching, his plant-like spies spreading through the continent like a fungus. Naruto pushed himself harder. He had to get there before they expected him. He had to use their disbelief that he would be stupid enough to return as his primary weapon. Getting into the country's surrounding aim was easy enough. The real challenge was Amigakure itself. The entire village was a sensory network. The rain that fell constantly was infused with Nagato's chakra. The moment a single drop touched him, pain would know he was there. His return would be over before it began. He stopped at the edge of the rain line, crouching in the sodden marshland that bordered the country. He could see it in the distance, the iconic towers of Aim piercing the gray sky. He watched the rain fall, a steady, miserable drizzle. He remembered Kisame's training, how he'd taught him to feel the flow of chakra in water. He closed his eyes and focused, extending his own senses. He could feel it. The rain wasn't just wet, it was alive. A vast, interconnected web of energy. A perfect, inescapable surveillance grid. But every system has a flaw. He remembered Payne's own words, from years ago when he'd first explained the rain to him. It tracks the chakra of intruders, anyone who does not belong. But Naruto did belong. Or at least, he used to. His chakra signature was known to the system. It was catalogued, registered as friendly. He was hoping Nagato, in his arrogance, wouldn't have thought to immediately reclassify him as an enemy. It was a long shot, a gambler's bet, but it was the only one he had. He needed a cover. A distraction. He spent the better part of a day trapping the local wildlife, large, swamp rats and aggressive marsh birds. He gathered a dozen of them, still alive, in a makeshift cage. Then, he waited for the deepest point of the night. Under the cover of a torrential downpour, he moved. He attached several of his smallest, most basic explosive tags to the animals. Then, he did something Zetsu had taught him, a trick for masking his presence. He dredged up thick, black mud from the swamp and covered himself in it, head to toe. The thick, non-conductive mud would hopefully insulate him from the rain's sensory properties for a few crucial seconds. He took a deep breath. Here we go. He released the animals. They scattered in a panic, running in every direction, right into the curtain of rain. At the same time, he detonated the tags. The explosions were small, just loud pops and flashes of light, but they were chaotic and widespread. He sprinted. He burst through the rain line, his mud-caked body a moving shadow. He knew he only had a few seconds. High in his chamber, Nagato would feel it. A dozen small, unsanctioned chakra explosions on the western perimeter. The chakra signatures of several small animals appearing and then vanishing. A nuisance. Probably just some wild animal setting off a leftover trap from the old Civil War. He would note it, but dismiss it as unimportant. And in that moment of dismissal, Naruto would already be inside. The rain would be washing the mud from his skin, his chakra signature slowly becoming clear to the system. But by then it would be too late. The system would register him, Naruto, inside the perimeter, moving quickly towards the center of the village. Nagato would assume it was a glitch, an echo. By the time he realized it was real, Naruto would be at the gates of the main spire. It worked. It actually worked. He moved through the familiar, rain-slicked streets of Amigakure like a wraith. The citizens, huddled under their umbrellas, bowed their heads as he passed, mistaking the blur in the Akatsuki cloak for one of their revered leaders. He didn't stop. He didn't slow down. He ran straight for the tallest tower, the home of his god and his jailer. He didn't bother with the lower entrances. He scaled the outside of the spire, his hands and feet finding purchase on the cold, wet metal. He climbed higher and higher, the city shrinking below him into a web of dark alleys and glowing lights. He was heading for the one place he knew he could find him. The throne room. He found an entry point, a maintenance hatch near the top, and slipped inside, dripping wet and breathing heavily. He was in the dark, humming guts of the tower now. He moved through the service corridors he and Conan had once explored as a game when he was a child. The irony was a bitter pill. He knew this place better than anyone. He knew its secrets. He knew its weaknesses. He was the flaw in the perfect machine, the ghost come home to haunt his creator. He reached the final, massive door to Nagato's chamber. There were no guards. There was never a need for guards. Who would be foolish enough to come this far? He placed his hand on the door. It was cold, vibrating with the power contained within. He took one last, deep breath, centering himself. The fear, the anger, the grief, he pushed it all down, compacting it into a hard, dense core of pure, focused intent. He was done running. He was done hiding. He kicked the door open. It flew from its hinges with a deafening screech of tortured metal and slammed into the far wall. Naruto stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim light of the corridor, his Akatsuki cloak swirling around him, rain and fury dripping from his very being. The scene inside was just as he had left it. Nagato, skeletal and frail in his machine. The Deva path, standing motionless and perfect. And Conan, who was in the middle of handing Nagato a cup of water. She froze, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. The cup slipped from her fingers and shattered on the floor. Nagato turned his head slowly, his Rinnegan fixing on the intruder. There was no surprise in his eyes. Only a deep, profound disappointment. So, his raspy voice echoed in the sudden silence. The prodigal son returns. I had wondered when you would be foolish enough to show your face again. Did you tire of running so soon? I'm done running from you, Nagato, Naruto said, his voice low and hard as he stepped into the chamber. I came back to end this. To show you what your perfect plan looks like from the other side. End this? Nagato let out a dry, rasping chuckle. You cannot end a concept, boy. You cannot kill peace. You are a child throwing a tantrum because you do not understand the necessity of your own sacrifice. A flawed tool that needs to be brought back into line. I'm not your tool. Naruto roared, and the Nine-Tails chakra flared around him, a brief, violent flicker of red. I'm not a part of your insane plan. And I didn't come here to talk. He charged. He moved faster than they had ever seen him move, a golden-haired blur crossing the vast chamber in a heartbeat. He wasn't aiming for the frail man in the chair. He was aiming for the puppet. The Deva path. The path reacted instantly, its hand coming up. Shinra 10, it never finished the phrase. Naruto was already there, a Rasengan blazing in his hand. He slammed it into the Deva path's chest. But just before impact, he did something he'd learned from fighting Deidara. He infused it with his wind chakra. The result was devastating. The spiraling ball of chakra didn't just grind and push. It expanded, it cut, it exploded. The wind style, Rasengan tore through the Deva path's cloak and sent it flying backwards, smashing into the wall with enough force to crack the metal plating. It wasn't destroyed, but it was damaged, its movements momentarily stunned. Naruto used the opening. He wasn't done. He flashed through a set of hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 Narutos exploded into existence, flooding the room. You think these parlor tricks will work on me? Nagato's voice rasped, filled with contempt. And then, the room came alive. From the shadows, 5 other figures emerged, their movements silent and fluid. The other 5 paths of pain. The hulking Azura path with its 6 arms and mechanized body. The gaunt Preta path, ready to absorb any ninjutsu. The animal path, a young woman who immediately began summoning, a giant, multi-headed dog, a monstrous bird, a massive rhino. The Naraka path, a grim, imposing figure flanked by the ghostly king of hell. And the human path, a tall, long-haired man whose touch could rip a soul from a body. They had all been here, waiting in the shadows. It was a trap. And he had walked right into it. You cannot fight a god, Naruto, Nagato said, his voice resonating through all 6 of his puppets at once, a terrifying, multi-layered chorus. You will learn pain. You will learn obedience. And then you will fulfill your purpose. The battle for Amigakure began. Naruto's clones surged forward, a wave of orange and black. They were immediately met by the summons. The giant dog tore through them, its multiple heads snapping and biting, but every time it was struck, it just split into more dogs. The rhino charged, scattering clones like bowling pins. The real Naruto dodged a barrage of missiles from the Azura path, the explosions rocking the entire chamber. He was a whirlwind of motion, constantly moving, never letting them pin him down. He knew he couldn't fight them head-on. This was a battle of attrition. The Preta path moved to intercept a Rasengan from a clone, its hands outstretched to absorb the jutsu. But Naruto was smarter than that. The clone dispelled the Rasengan at the last second and instead tackled the path, a simple taijutsu move. It was a feint. The real Naruto appeared behind the Preta path, a kunai in hand. But before he could strike, the human path was there, his hand reaching for Naruto's head. Naruto was forced to disengage, leaping back as a clone took the hit, its face going slack as its soul was ripped away before it puffed into smoke. The shared vision of the Rinnegan was a nightmare. They moved as one. An attack on one path was seen by all. A weakness exploited for a microsecond was instantly covered by another. It was like fighting a 6-bodied hive mind. This is pointless, the chorus of Pain's voice echoed. Your struggle only delays the inevitable. The Azura path's arm transformed into a massive cannon and fired a beam of pure chakra. Naruto was too slow to dodge. He was caught in the blast, his cloak vaporized as he was thrown across the room. He slammed into Nagato's machine, the impact rattling the entire structure. Naruto! Konan screamed, her voice filled with terror. She had been frozen until now, a horrified spectator. She took a step forward, her body starting to dissolve into paper. Stay out of this, Konan. Nagato's voice commanded, sharp and absolute. She froze again, torn. Naruto pushed himself up, his body bruised and burned. He was panting, his chakra reserves already draining at an alarming rate. He was completely, utterly outmatched. You see? Nagato rasped from his chair. This is the power of a god. The power that will bring peace. And you are nothing. No, Naruto coughed, spitting blood onto the floor. You're not a god. You're just a broken man hiding behind his puppets. He looked up, and his eyes weren't filled with fear. They were burning with a furious, defiant fire. You want to teach me about pain, Nagato? You think you're the only one who knows what it's like. You don't know a damn thing. The Ninetales chakra exploded from him. It wasn't a leak this time. It was a volcanic eruption. A thick, bubbling cloak of red energy enveloped him, forming a single, lashing tail. His eyes turned blood red, his pupils slitted. His teeth elongated into fangs, and a low, animalistic growl tore from his throat. He wasn't just using the demon's power anymore. He was letting it in. He shot forward, no longer a shinobi, but a force of nature. He was faster, stronger, more brutal. He smashed a fist into the Azura Path's face, the demonic chakra shattering its metal jaw. He tore through the giant dog summons with his chakra-enhanced claws. He was a demon fighting a pantheon of broken gods. The battle spilled out of the throne room. Naruto blasted a hole in the side of the spire with a roar of pure chakra, leaping out into the pouring rain. He landed on the roof of a lower tower, the red aura around him steaming in the cold downpour. The 6 paths of pain followed, landing around him, their cloaks whipping in the wind. The fight was now on display for the entire city to see. The citizens of Amigakure looked up, their faces filled with terror and confusion. They saw their god, Pain, in all his forms, surrounding a monstrous, red-glowing demon with the face of a boy. He's using the Kyuubi's power, Nagato's voice boomed from the Deva path, his damaged form now fully repaired by the Naraka path. Foolish child. You cannot control a power you do not understand. You will be consumed by your own hatred. This isn't hatred. Naruto roared back, his voice a distorted snarl. This is for every lie you ever told me. For every life you're willing to throw away for your perfect dream world. A second and then a third tail of pure red chakra erupted from him. The power was intoxicating. He could feel the Ninetales' rage, its eons of imprisonment and anger, merging with his own sense of betrayal. It felt good. It felt right. He charged again. The fight became a blur of citywide destruction. Naruto's roars of chakra flattened buildings. The Deva Path's Shinra Tensei carved craters into the streets. The Azura Path's missiles turned entire districts into fireballs. The Animal Path's summons trampled everything in their path. The city of perfect, orderly peace was being torn apart by the very forces that had created it. Naruto was a beast. He fought with no strategy, only instinct and overwhelming power. He managed to destroy the Preta path, overwhelming its absorption ability with a massive blast of raw Bija chakra. He ripped the human path in half with his chakra claws. 4 paths remained, but he was taking a beating. Every attack he landed cost him. The demonic chakra was burning him from the inside out, his own skin peeling away under its intensity. He was finally cornered in the city's main plaza. The Deva path, the Azura path, the Naraka path, and the Animal path had him surrounded. He was on his knees, panting, the 3 tails of chakra flickering around him. It is over, the Deva path said, floating down to land in front of him. You have fought. You have raged. You have shown your pain. Now, it is time to accept your fate. He raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. Naruto was yanked off his feet, pulled through the air directly towards the Deva path. He had no strength left to fight it. This was it. The Azura path's arms were bristling with blades. The Naraka path was ready to restore the other fallen paths. He was going to be captured, or killed. He closed his eyes, a single, furious tear tracing a path through the grime and blood on his cheek. Conan. I'm sorry. But the killing blow never came. Instead, he heard a sound he knew as well as his own heartbeat. The sound of 1,000 sheets of paper rustling in the wind. He opened his eyes. Conan was there. She had appeared between him and the Deva path, her body transformed into a whirlwind of razor-sharp paper. 2 massive paper wings had erupted from her back, shielding him. A storm of paper shuriken, hard as steel, had intercepted the Azura path's blades. Conan, the Deva path's voice was dangerously low. What is the meaning of this? Step aside. No, Conan's voice was shaking, but it was filled with a strength Naruto had never heard before. She turned her head slightly, her amber eyes locking with Naruto's. They were filled with tears. I will not let you kill him, Nagato. He is a traitor, Nagato's voice retorted, laced with a cold fury. He is a threat to the plan. He is a tool that has turned against its master. He must be destroyed. He is not a tool. Conan cried, her voice echoing through the plaza. She turned fully to face the Deva path, her paper wings shielding Naruto completely. He is a child. The child we raised. Yahiko would have never wanted this. He dreamed of a peace that didn't require us to become monsters, to sacrifice children. You have become the very thing we fought against. Nagato was silent for a moment, the rain hammering down on the broken city. For the first time, his godlike composure seemed to crack. You betray me. For him. The voice was no longer that of a god. It was the voice of a man, filled with a deep, profound, and terrible pain. I am not betraying you, Conan said, her voice softening into a desperate plea. I am trying to save what is left of you. What is left of us? This was his chance. Naruto could feel it. Conan had bought him a precious few seconds. He had to go. Go, Naruto. Conan yelled, not looking back at him. Live. Find your own answer. Don't let your life be for nothing. Run. Her paper wings unfurled, unleashing a massive torrent of paper bombs that flew towards the remaining paths. A suicidal, desperate attack to create a diversion. Naruto didn't hesitate. He poured the last of his strength, the last of the Nine Tails' borrowed power, into his legs. He shot out from behind her, a red and gold blur, heading for the city walls. Conan. Nagato's roar of pure, betrayed agony was the last thing he heard. It was a sound that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He didn't look back. He just ran. He ran through the broken streets of his hometown, past the terrified faces of the people who had once revered him. He burst through the city walls, leaving the sounds of explosions and the roar of a broken god behind him. He was wounded, exhausted, and utterly alone. He had lost his home, his family, everything he had ever known. But as he ran out into the endless, cleansing rain of the world beyond, he carried 2 things with him, a new, crushing weight of guilt for the woman who had saved him, and for the first time, a real, tangible reason to live. He had to find his own answer. For her. For himself. He was free. And the hunt had just begun. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, A path of his own. The world was a symphony of pain, and his body was the orchestra. Every nerve ending was screaming, a high, thin violin screech of agony. His lungs were 2 scorched bags that felt like they were trying to turn themselves inside out with every ragged gasp. His skin, where the Nine Tails' demonic chakra had boiled it away, was a raw, weeping mess. Running. That's all there was. The pounding of his feet on the damp earth, the desperate heave of his chest, the phantom roar of a betrayed god in his ears. He just ran. He had no destination. North was the only direction that mattered. Away from the desert, away from the blood and the sand and the memory of a boy in a Kazekage hat falling from the sky. He ran for what felt like days, his shinobi training the only thing keeping him on his feet. He moved on autopilot, his body screaming for rest while his mind screamed at him to keep going. Zetsu would be hunting him. The Akatsuki's most perfect tracker. A ghost born from the earth itself. To stop was to die. To slow down was to die. So he ran until the world started to fray at the edges, until the trees became blurry strokes of green and the sky was a gray smear. He finally blacked out on his feet, his body giving up the fight his mind refused to lose, and pitched forward into the merciful oblivion of a muddy ditch. He woke up to the gentle patter of rain on his face. For a terrifying, disoriented second, he thought he was back in Amigakure. He shot up, his whole body screaming in protest, his eyes wide with panic. But this wasn't Nagato's chakra-infused rain. It was just water. Clean, cold, and blessedly ordinary. He was in a dense, nameless forest, the kind that grew in the buffer zones between the great nations. He was alone. He was alive. He dragged himself out of the ditch, his limbs feeling like they were filled with wet sand. He stumbled to a nearby stream and collapsed at its edge, greedily gulping down mouthfuls of the cold, clear water. He finally got a look at his reflection, and it was a horror show. His face was streaked with blood and grime. The skin on his arms and chest was peeling back in angry red patches, a nasty souvenir from his three-tailed transformation. His chakra coils felt like they'd been scraped raw with a wire brush. He was a wreck. A complete and utter wreck. He found a shallow cave hidden behind a tangle of thorny vines, a place where an animal might shelter. It would have to do. He crawled inside, the damp chill of the stone a welcome relief against his feverish skin. He shrugged off the tattered remains of his Akatsuki cloak. The black fabric with its angry red clouds felt alien now, the skin of a snake he had shed. He tossed it into a dark corner of the cave. He was done with it. He was done with them. He sat there in the gloom, the steady drumming of the rain his only company, and finally, the adrenaline wore off. The crash was brutal. The full weight of what he had done, what he had lost, came crashing down on him. Conan. Her face, caught between terror and resolve as she screamed at him to run. Her paper wings, a fragile, beautiful shield against the wrath of a god. He had left her there. He had run, just like she'd told him to, and left her to face Nagato alone. What would he do to her? Nagato, the man who preached that love was the source of all pain, had just had his heart ripped out by the one person he trusted implicitly. His rage would be biblical. Would he kill her? Would he imprison her? The uncertainty was a poison far worse than anything Sasori could have cooked up. It seeped into his bones, a cold, heavy guilt that threatened to drown him. He slammed a fist into the cave floor, the sharp sting of rock against his knuckles a welcome distraction. It was his fault. All of it. If he hadn't gone back, if he hadn't confronted Nagato, she would still be safe. She would still be trapped, yes, but she would be safe. He had forced her to choose, and in doing so, he had probably signed her death warrant. Find your own answer. Don't let your life be for nothing. Her last words to him. A command. A plea. What answer? What was he supposed to do? He was 13 years old, the most wanted teenager on the planet, with no allies, no home, and a ticking time bomb in his stomach that his former family wanted to surgically remove in the most fatal way possible. His future was a blank, terrifying map with "Here be dragons" scrawled over every inch of it. He spent 2 days in that cave, drifting in and out of a feverish, pain-filled haze. He forced himself to drink from the stream, to forage for edible roots and insects, his survival training kicking in on a primal level. He slowly, painstakingly, used the basic medical ninjutsu Conan had insisted he learn, a skill he had complained about endlessly at the time, to treat his own burns. The gentle green chakra of the healing jutsu was a faint, soothing whisper against his ravaged skin. It felt like her touch, and the thought was so painful he almost stopped. But he didn't. He had to live. If he died here, a pathetic, wounded animal in a hole in the ground, then her sacrifice, whatever it cost her, would be meaningless. That was a betrayal he couldn't stomach. On the third day, the fever broke. His head was clear for the first time since the fight. His body still felt like it had been put through a meat grinder, but the raw, screaming agony had subsided into a deep, pervasive ache. He was weak, his chakra reserves were dangerously low, but he was functional. It was time to move. Zetsu could find anyone, anywhere, if given enough time. He needed a plan. Not just a direction, but a purpose. Running aimlessly would get him killed. What was his goal? What was his answer? He thought back to Nagato's grand, terrible vision. The infinite Tsukuyami. A perfect world built on a foundation of lies and death. A cage for everyone, whether they wanted it or not. He rejected it. Utterly. But Nagato's diagnosis of the world's sickness, the endless cycle of hatred, he couldn't deny that. He'd seen it. He'd been a part of it. The daimyo, the shinobi in the forest, Jiraiya's pain, Gaara's loneliness. The world was broken. Nagato's cure was a poison, but the disease was real. So what was the alternative? Just let the world burn. Let the great villages continue their endless, bloody dance of war and revenge. That wasn't an answer either. That was just surrender. He thought of Itachi. Question everything. He thought of Gaara. A boy so consumed by his own pain that he had become a monster to everyone around him, a walking symbol of fear. Just like Nagato wanted to do to the whole world. Maybe that was the key. Nagato wanted to use pain as a weapon, to beat the world into submission. But what if pain wasn't a weapon? What if it was just a message? A warning sign that something was broken and needed to be fixed. The Jinchuriki. There were 9 of them. 9 lonely, broken people, scattered across the world, carrying the world's biggest burdens. The Akatsuki saw them as keys, as fuel for their plan. But what if they were the answer? What if the very people who had been made into weapons were the only ones who could truly understand what it took to build a lasting peace? They knew pain. They knew loneliness. They knew what it was like to be feared and hated. Who better to break the cycle? It was a crazy, half-formed idea. A kid's dream. But it was his. It wasn't Nagato's. It wasn't Jiraiya's. It was his. His first real, independent thought about how to fix the world. His path became clear. He wasn't going to run. He wasn't going to hide. He was going to hunt. He was going to find the other Jinchuriki. Not to capture them. But to warn them. To talk to them. To understand them. To tell them that they weren't alone, that they weren't just weapons waiting to be collected. Maybe, just maybe, they could find an answer. Together. It was a suicide mission. The Akatsuki were already hunting them. The villages kept them under lock and key. Getting to even one of them would be next to impossible. But it was a goal. A direction. A reason to keep breathing. First things first. He was out of supplies. His food was gone, his medical kit was empty, and his clothes were in tatters. He needed a town. A place to lie low, gather resources, and get information. He couldn't go to any major city. He needed somewhere small, insignificant, a place that wouldn't show up on any major intelligence map. A place where a kid with a haunted look in his eyes could disappear for a few days. He found it after another day of travel. A little village nestled in a valley, so small it barely qualified as a dot on the map. It was called Kawa no Mura, River Village, though the river it was named for had dwindled to a muddy trickle. It was a poor, forgotten place. The houses were rickety, the fields looked thin and overworked, and the people had a weary, downtrodden look about them. It was perfect. No shinobi presence, no major trade routes. Just a quiet, miserable place to be ignored. He traded what was left of his standard-issue gear, a high-quality kunai and a roll of explosive tags, to a traveling merchant for a set of plain, drab civilian clothes and a handful of coins. Dressed in a patched brown shirt and rough-spun pants, his bright yellow hair tucked under a worn straw hat, he looked like just another runaway farm boy. He entered the village, his senses on high alert. His Akatsuki training was a part of him now, a constant, low-level hum of paranoia. He analyzed the layout, noted the escape routes, clocked the number of able-bodied men. The place felt tense. The weary looks on the villagers' faces weren't just from poverty. It was fear. He found the only inn, a ramshackle building that smelled of stale sake and despair. He paid for a room and a hot meal, the first real food he'd had in what felt like a lifetime. He sat at a corner table, his back to the wall, and just listened. The talk was hushed, fearful. It was all about a man named Goro and his gang of bandits. They weren't just raiding the trade path anymore. They had gotten bolder. They were coming into the village itself, taking food, supplies, whatever they wanted. The villagers had no way to fight back. They were farmers and craftsmen, not fighters. Naruto ate his noodles and listened, feeling a strange detachment. It wasn't his problem. He was just passing through. He had his own war to fight. He wasn't a hero. He was a survivor. He finished his meal and was about to head up to his room when the inn door slammed open. 3 large, brutish men swaggered in. They were filthy, armed with crude swords and axes, and they carried themselves with the lazy arrogance of predators who knew there was no one to challenge them. The leader, a massive man with a scarred face and a missing ear, was presumably Goro. The innkeeper, a small, balding man, immediately began to tremble. "Evening, Kenji," Goro grunted, his voice like gravel. "Time to pay your taxes." He slammed a large, empty sack on the bar. "Food, sake, and all the cash you've got in the register. And don't be stingy this time." The innkeeper wrung his hands, his face pale with sweat. "Goro-san, please, business has been slow. We barely have enough to feed ourselves." Goro didn't let him finish. He grabbed the front of the innkeeper's shirt and lifted him off the ground with one hand. "Does this look like a negotiation to you?" he snarled, his breath smelling of sour rot. The other patrons in the inn shrank back, averting their eyes, trying to make themselves invisible. Naruto just watched from his corner, his hand resting on the pouch of coins on his belt. This was the cycle, wasn't it? The strong preying on the weak. Nagato would have said this village deserved its fate for being too weak to defend itself. Pain would have offered to protect them, for a price, making them slaves to his power. What was his answer? His answer was to stay out of it. He wasn't a hero. He was on the run. Drawing attention to himself was stupid. It was suicide. He was about to slip out the back when a little girl, no older than 6, ran out from the kitchen. She had a wooden doll in her hand and tears in her big, brown eyes. "Papa," she cried, grabbing onto the innkeeper's leg. "Leave my papa alone." Goro looked down at the girl and laughed, a cruel, ugly sound. "Well, look at this. The little rat has a squeaker." He dropped the innkeeper, who crumpled to the floor, coughing. Goro then crouched down, his scarred face level with the girl's. "What's that you got there?" "A doll. I think my men could use a new target for knife practice." He reached out a grimy hand to snatch the doll. And something inside Naruto snapped. He saw the daimyo's son, peeking out from behind his mother's kimono, his eyes wide with terror. He saw a family destroyed, a life shattered, all for the sake of a greater good. He saw himself, a stolen child raised for a purpose he never chose. He saw a cycle, right here, in this pathetic little inn, in this forgotten little village. The same damn cycle of pain and fear. Find your own answer. He moved. He wasn't a blur of demonic chakra. He wasn't a screaming force of nature. He was just, fast. One moment he was in the corner, the next he was standing between the bandit and the girl. His hand shot out and clamped around Goro's wrist, his grip like steel. Goro's fingers were inches from the doll. The inn went dead silent. Everyone stared. Goro stared, his piggy eyes wide with surprise, then narrowing in fury. "Who the hell are you?" Goro growled, trying to yank his arm free. He couldn't. The farm boy's grip was impossibly strong. "I'm the guy who's telling you to take your men and get out of this village," Naruto said, his voice quiet, but carrying a cold, deadly weight that cut through the silence. "Now." Goro's surprise turned to rage. "You got a death wish, kid." He swung at Naruto's head with his free fist. Naruto didn't even flinch. He ducked under the clumsy punch, twisted Goro's captured arm behind his back in a single, fluid motion, and slammed the bandit leader face first into the bar. The wood splintered with a loud crack. Goro screamed, a high-pitched sound of pain and shock. The other two bandits, who had been laughing a second ago, drew their weapons, their faces a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Let him go," one of them yelled, brandishing an axe. Naruto didn't release Goro. He just looked over his shoulder at them, his blue eyes cold and hard as glacial ice. "You really want to do this?" he asked. It was a genuine question. That was all the warning they got. He kicked a nearby stool, sending it spinning into the legs of the axe wielder. As the man stumbled, Naruto created a single shadow clone without any hand signs, a trick he'd perfected through sheer practice. The clone appeared behind the third bandit and delivered a sharp, precise chop to the back of his neck. The man dropped like a sack of rocks. The axe wielder recovered his balance and charged, screaming a battle cry. Naruto, still holding the writhing Goro with one hand, simply raised his other. A small, perfect Rasengan spun to life in his palm. He didn't even need a clone to form it anymore. He had practiced the technique to mastery in his quest for power. The bandit skidded to a halt, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of the swirling ball of pure, destructive chakra. He had never seen a jutsu like that in his life. He dropped his axe and backed away, his hands held up in surrender. Naruto dispelled the Rasengan. He shoved Goro towards his trembling subordinate. "Take him, and your other friend, and get out," Naruto said, his voice still dangerously calm. "And tell every other piece of scum in these woods that this village is off limits. If I see any of you here again, I will not be this polite." The conscious bandit scrambled to obey, half dragging his unconscious friend and the groaning, clutching his broken arm Goro out of the inn. They stumbled out into the night, and a moment later, the sound of them running away faded into the distance. The silence they left behind was thick with awe and fear. The innkeeper, still on the floor, stared up at Naruto as if he were looking at a ghost. The little girl was clutching her doll, her eyes wide. Naruto just sighed, the tension draining out of him. So much for not drawing attention to himself. He turned to the innkeeper. "You got any more of those noodles?" he asked, as if he hadn't just single-handedly dismantled a gang of bandits. The village changed overnight. The fear was still there, but it was overshadowed by a new, tentative hope. And a whole lot of curiosity directed at him. Naruto tried to keep to himself, but it was impossible. The innkeeper, Kenji, insisted on giving him free room and board. The little girl, Hana, started following him around like a lost puppy, her initial fear replaced by a wide-eyed hero worship. The villagers would whisper and point as he walked by. They called him the Kitsune-sama, the Fox Lord, because of his wild yellow hair and the almost supernatural way he had appeared to save them. He hated the name. He stayed for a few more days, helping them fortify the village. He wasn't a builder, but his shadow clones were a one-man construction crew. They repaired the crumbling outer wall, dug a defensive trench, and set up simple, non-lethal traps on the paths leading to the village. He was teaching them how to be strong, how to stand on their own. It was a strange feeling. He had never protected anyone before. He had only ever trained to destroy. On the third night, he was sitting on the roof of the inn, watching the stars in the clear, desert border sky, when Kenji climbed up to join him. The older man brought 2 cups of tea. "They won't be back," Kenji said, his voice filled with a gratitude so deep it was almost painful. "Goro and his men, they were a plague. You saved us. We can never repay you." "You don't have to," Naruto said, taking the cup. "I just did what I had to do." "Why?" Kenji asked, his eyes searching Naruto's face. "A boy with your skills. You could be a great shinobi in one of the big villages. You could be a famous mercenary, making a fortune. Why help a poor, forgotten village like this?" Naruto was silent for a long time, watching the steam curl up from his tea. "Because I know what it's like," he said finally, his voice quiet. "To have monsters come into your home and take whatever they want. And to have no one there to stop them." He took a sip of tea. "And because your daughter has the same eyes as another kid I once saw." Kenji didn't press him for more. He just nodded, a deep understanding passing between them. They sat in a comfortable silence for a while. "There are rumors," Kenji said, finally breaking the quiet. "From the traders who passed through. A few of them came from the direction of the land of wind. They say the Kazekage is dead. Kidnapped and murdered by the Akatsuki." Naruto's hand tightened around his cup, the ceramic creaking in protest. Dead. He had failed. He had known it was a possibility, a probability even, but hearing it confirmed, it felt like a punch to the gut. Gaara was gone. His desperate, chaotic act of defiance hadn't saved him. It had just been a footnote in his execution. "They say the Akatsuki are hunting all the Jinchuriki now," Kenji continued, oblivious to the storm raging inside Naruto. "They say the 2 tails of Kyumo is their next target. A woman named Yujito Ni." The 2 tails. Yujito Ni. From Kumogakure, the village hidden by the clouds. A name. A target. A destination. The guilt over Gaara was a heavy, suffocating weight. But it wasn't paralyzing. It was clarifying. He had been too late for the 1 tails. He would not be too late for the 2 tails. He couldn't save Gaara, but he could damn well warn her. He could give her the choice he never had. He stood up. "I'm leaving in the morning." Kenji looked up at him, his face a mixture of sadness and gratitude. "We will be sorry to see you go. Kawa no Mura will always be in your debt, Kitsune-sama." "My name is Naruto," he said, turning to look down at the old man. He managed a small, genuine smile. It was the first one in a long time. Just Naruto. He left before dawn, a small pack of supplies on his back and a new, steely resolve in his heart. The village had given him more than just food and shelter. It had given him a taste of what he was fighting for. Not some grand, abstract concept of peace, but the simple, quiet dignity of people trying to live their lives without fear. He had made a choice in that inn. He had drawn his own line in the sand. He hadn't been a weapon. He hadn't been a monster. He had been a shield. His path was no longer a desperate scramble for survival. It was a journey with a purpose. He was headed for the land of lightning. He was going to find Yujito Ni. The Akatsuki were hunting the Jinchuriki, but now, so was he. And he was going to get to them first. The game had changed. He wasn't just a rogue piece on the board anymore. He was a player. And he was about to make his first move. Chapter 8 End.